Welcome everybody to the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park for what is the final round of the South Australian Motor Racing Championships, the SAM Champs. We've got plenty of action lined up for you over the next couple of days. Most notably, the inaugural running of the 777 Endurance Crown. Very much looking forward to that one. Got a couple of Hyundai XL endurance races, 1 hour in distance, both of those, and both those taking place later on today. There's 44 cars, 88 drivers, set to be absolutely fantastic. Touring Car Masters, the ever popular Touring Car Masters, they are here throughout the weekend with 3 races, 1 today and 2 tomorrow, as well as the Australian Prototype Series combined with the South Australian Prototype Series, and as well a huge field of combined sedans. If that doesn't get you excited, we'll be using not 1, not 2, but 3 track configurations. So lots of action ahead of us over the next couple of days. I'm Dan McCarthy. Alongside me is veteran South Australian commentator Mark Nancaro. Mark, this is set to be a cracking weekend.
Oh, huge weekend, and very good afternoon to all as we get forward to the last and final round of the South Australian Motor Racing Championships. As Dan's just alluded to, we're about to start off our full race program here. As we mentioned here, something completely different at this race meeting with 3 track configurations in use here over the weekend. 2 lots of Enduros. We have XLs obviously here this week on the first day, and of course our next 777 Endurance Crown tomorrow. But before we get to that point, we've got a few other things to also run through here to start off the weekend's proceeding. The weather here is, well, a little bit iffy to say the least. Very dark, stormy looking clouds hovering around, very humid conditions, and we are expected to get some rain forecast a little bit later in the afternoon, so we'll see how that pans out. Also, certainly as when we get into the XL Enduro a little bit later on this afternoon, in fact it's the second event on the program coming up just after the combined sedans, which are just making their way out onto the track at this very moment. So combined sedans this weekend, basically the configuration of improved production race cars, or local improved production race cars, and the local South Australian Sports Sedan Championship, which is actually the final points round of their championship, which is an interesting pointer because they've only really had 2 rounds. We go all the way back to Malala at the start of the season. We had round 1 of the South Australian Sports Sedan Championship, which was dominated by Michael Barch, of course, who's here at this particular round. The second round, unfortunately, didn't really come to fray because we were low in numbers. So pretty much, this is actually the second round of their championship for points. So that's how we look at this championship. Quite a big number, a good number of sports sedans here this weekend. And good to see them back in. We also got improved production. This is a non-championship round for improved production here this week, and their championship is done and dusted at the last round here in September. So that is all finished and done. A lot of local South Australian improved production drivers have headed to Phillip Island this weekend for Island Magic, so that's why the numbers are a little bit lower. Good field though. We've got a really good field making their way out here at the moment. If you're looking through your entry list at the moment, put a pencil through Dave McKeegan in car 52 in the Toyota Corolla. They blew a head gasket in the qualifying session this morning. That car is on the trailer and heading back to Adelaide. And it also looks like they were having problems with the Neil Turner Mini also this morning, and the suspicion was that they lunged the motor in that car, and it looks like that's the case because that car is also now back on the trailer looking to head back to Adelaide. So a bit of unfortunate there for a couple of the early emissions.
Yeah, they only just put that on the trailer, but so that is a real shame, but still a whole host of minis out there on the circuit. But a huge variety of machines, as you say, because we've sort of combined a few categories. It's going to be really interesting to see how this all shakes out. But we will see in a minute that they will turn at the bottom of the hill hard left, because these guys are using the full layout, the 7.77 kilometre circuit. As you can see, they turn left back up the hill instead of turning right around what we often refer to as the never-ending sequence of right-handers. So the full layout, not the 4.95 kilometre circuit that they use for supercars, but the full circuit. This great shot here from turn number 10. So this covers turns 10, 11, and back down the back section, and as I've spoken to a few of the competitors in the 777 that are using the full layout, and they were saying, you know, at times they're still getting lost down the bottom section of the course. There's 35 turns, or 34 turns in total. Yeah. It's absolutely bonkers, isn't it? So they're almost getting lost down the back section of the course. So we are here at the moment, but this is a lengthy warm-up lap. Time started as soon as they rolled out of the pit lane, and a 25-minute race. So already 3 minutes has elapsed, and by the time they get back around and get back to the grid, I think 6 or 7 minutes will have elapsed in this warm-up lap, and then we'll be left with, I reckon, around about 18 minutes left on the clock.
So as they make their way around, we'll have a quick recap of the grid here. And pole position, as he did at round 1 at the South Australian Sports Sedan Championship, will be Michael Rowdy Barch in the 6-litre Toyota 86, if you don't mind. Amazing how you can, typical sports sedan fashion, try and squeeze a massive motor into a small frame car, and that's exactly what they've done here. So he'll be sitting on our pole position. Matty Longhurst in the 21 car alongside him, and of course in the Honda Integra, the all black car. Pretty cool looking cars up the front of the field. Matt Wild also in the RX-7 will be third on the grid, and Benny Madden in car 12, he's in the Toyota Supra here in 4th position, only at his second race meeting too. Back to car number 54, which is Steve Campbell in the BMW E36. That's the first of the improved production cars in the field. And then we go back to Jason Palmer in the BMW, and go back to the 66 car, which is an interesting car, XV8 supercar there, with Andrew Cook at the wheel, listed as a AU Falcon, but it's actually got a BA body kit on that car, and it was actually the spare car the Triple Eight race used, and raced it in the Konica series back in the day. Still got the better electrical livery still on the side of the car as it was. So we'll certainly see plenty of that car on the field here throughout the weekend. Scotty Clements in car number 2 in the Mark 1 Escort. Next, Mick Monterosso car. That's a car with a lot of history. There it is, right on screen there. Still got the Southern Lawnmowers livery also in, as it just goes up on the inside there, one of the Pulsars.
Yeah, he's making up a few positions here, so I'm not sure if he spun off early on the lap or what, but he's making places on the warm-up lap there. Now he's overtaking a Mini, so he's just trying to get back to the position of which he did qualify in. So that's interesting. He qualified just inside of the top 10, so he's about where he did qualify from, as we are about to rejoin, and we have now rejoined the regular circuit. So Mark, we are not too far away from getting racing underway in the final round of the SAM Champs, the South Australian Motor Racing Championships this weekend. A couple of familiar names at the front, some really, really nicely presented sports sedans, as sports sedans should be, in my opinion. But we see them come around the penultimate corner, and we will be set for a start. The cars at the back of the field are just catching up to the tail, and we are all set to go. A rolling start for this one, as we say. 25 minutes was the distance. It's taken 7 minutes to get back to here, so we have 18 minutes of racing in the book. Here we go then, around the final corner. Barch is on the left, and on the right, in the black Honda Integra, is Longhurst. Let's look for the lights to go out. When the revs rise, we'll be underway, and we are, for the first race of the combined sedans. They roar down towards the first corner, and Barch already, look, moving over to the defensive line to try and cover, but Longhurst slots the Integra up the inside to take first position at turn number 1. That was a decisive move down there at the first corner. They're 2 wide, 3 wide further back through the field. A good start as well from Palmer, Jason Palmer in the BMW, up from position number 6. He's into 4th position. So a nice start from him as well, a South Australian local. He knows this track very, very well. Probably not, though, Mark, the 7.77 kilometre layout.
Not too many drivers have seen this until obviously they're qualifying. They did a practice here yesterday. A couple of Victorians involved there. It's Craig Linsell in the 33 Mini dropping back through the field on screen there. And on the inside there is Steve Turner. And he'll get that pass done. So Craig Linsell, very fast Mini too. I've seen that car here a few times. Goes well here. So we'll keep we've got a nice representation of Minis here this weekend. Unfortunately, Neil Turner not taking probably any further part this weekend in that particular group. Right down the back part of the circuit there, they sweep around. Andrew Cook there and the better electrical Falcon there goes through.
Cool to see that out this weekend, isn't it?
It's actually just been fully redone up and renovated and all ready to go. It's actually his first race meeting here this weekend. Come over to use the same engineers as Marcus Akavagic this weekend in the Touring Car Masters. They've come over together. There's Jason Palmer and Benny Madden just behind there in the Supra. The president of the Improved Production Association of South Australia there, Jason Palmer, in that beautifully presented BMW E30. I've seen it many times here in the Improved Production series here in SA.
Also has made a couple of guest appearances in Touring Car Masters, hasn't he, over the years at the Adelaide
Jason, he'll be involved with that series again next year. Doing a couple of rounds in the Touring Car Masters. And he's got a mirror full of Toyota Supra at the moment.
Madden, that is, just on his tail. Where can Madden, though, on this technical part of the circuit, try and make a move around? Look at that. There is a fair bit of elevation over the back section of the course as well as the regular section, which we are used to. So this is situated just on the back side of the course as they flick back around to the left and then they rejoin what is the regular circuit as we know it. 35 corners, it's quite remarkable. Oh, that's the Butters Pulsar.
The Butters Pulsar's back in the field there.
That was off the road. I think that was turn.
Gonna be Matty Butters, was it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah,
I
Butters.
reckon it might look like the red top car there has gone through. So, one of our Victorian competitors there, and Steve Eggleheart might have an issue too. That's the big white Commodore that you can see go through there. You can see Steve back in this series too. Down there from PM Race Engines there in Adelaide.
Congested in the midfield, isn't it? It really, really is. Minis, Magners, Holdens, old and new, all mixed in to this fight. But yeah, try and find your own piece of real estate. You might have 7.7 kilometres out there, but just trying to find their own piece of real estate at the moment. As Longhurst comes across the line with a 5-second margin at the end of lap number 1. A move up the inside there for position into turn number 17. And it looks like the Commodore has held on. Now it can stretch the legs, pull away from the Minis out of what I am used to calling turn 18, but turn number 35.
34 actually.
On this one, the bend official one, yeah, 35. Okay. So that's a slight revision from the original. I suppose a few drives have come back and gone.
Finally get a lap down there. It's a long way around. It is a real country drive out there in this big circuit.
It is insane.
Take Gavin Gold there, trying to get a pass there. Rob Kilmartin. Well, there's Gavin Gold there in the Gold Trailers entry. And Rob Kilmartin just in front of him in the Magna there, one of the improved production race cars. There it is, the 48 car. Sort of weird his way. It's got a couple more cylinders there. He's in the group of Minis there in the midfield. In fact, the car in front of him there is Steve Turner in the Malicious Delicious entry. It's actually got the original Pizza Capers series livery still on that, where they used to run the mini series or mini challenge series or mini challenge series. Well, I'll get that out in a moment. There's a lot of words to get through there, but we'll get through there eventually.
It was a really popular series for quite some time, wasn't it? Mini Challenge. There's quite a few well-known names that raced in that. Chris Stokel, Chris Alajarjan, Grant Denyer, just to name a few off the
Jason
top of my head. Yes.
Unfortunately, he ended up the wrong way, but that's another story.
Look at this battle. They are still all fighting amongst themselves in what is a battle outside of the top 10, but they are fighting for sheep stations, and it's really, really good to see. But look at the field spread already in what is such a huge field. When you got sports sedans and some sort of 2-litre improved production cars, the field spread is quite significant. And I can see on timing, 5-second penalty for our race leader there.
Well, that's not going to worry him too much. That car should be well and truly out in front at the moment.
Actually, his margin's been slashed in Sector 1. It's down to less than a second out there now. So, yeah, it's been significantly reduced. And there they are, just sweeping through side by side on the bottom of the shot there. So a change potentially for the lead, but we go back to the intense Palmer and Madden battle.
That's the fourth and fifth position on track. Madden's been peppering away there. And here we go. So there's the front two. We're just talking about Longhurst in front of Rowdy Barch there. I call him Rowdy for a reason because he's actually a very quiet person, but hopefully got a fairly good motorsport history too. A long-time competitor in the V8 Youth Series, you might remember as well. The newly developed project that he's been working on the last 18 months.
Here he comes. Look at that. It's like a rocket in a straight line. You think the Integra's fast, and he's just pulled alongside, but late on the brakes, Longhurst slings it back up the inside. You can see the car weaving under brakes. He just about holds on to that position. But great to see the strengths and the weaknesses of the different cars. It looks to me already like Barch has the straight line speed, but the Integra just looks a little bit more comfortable. A bit later under brakes, he is able to brake and just about holds on. But a great battle, fastest lap of the race. Last time through for Barch. No doubt about that. That is why he's closed the margin back to Longhurst at the front of the field. But a great battle between these two early on. Great to see.
As you said, Bart's very good in a straight line. Probably down the back of the circuit here where there's a lot of bends, left-right combinations. Probably not exactly what he would be needing. Longhurst certainly got plenty of pace at the moment. He's really matching it. Remember going back to round one that Barch was very dominant in that round, and also Longhurst was also involved with that round as well. Even though he did have some mechanical problems towards the latter part of that meeting. Head-on shot there, and it's the battle of the minis. Matty Butters there being passed by the 9 car. That is the mini there of Steve Turner. He'll come back towards us. They're a very fast, competitive little race car, these. Good to see some of the Victorian Nissan Pulsar crew over here this weekend. And Matty Butters is certainly one of those in screenshot car number 23. Turner's got away from that gap, and here's the front pair, Longhurst and Barch. Back to third position, Matt Wildy and the RX-7. They've left him for dead at the moment. Big gap between second and third position, and here they come down the back of the circuit. So that really, it's more of a time attack set up in that car there for the Matty Longhurst car and the 21 car. Massive aero force on that car, big wings on both of these cars. They come back around the back of the circuit down the far side of this big 7.7 kilometre GT circuit. Nice bit of wheel lift there for Longhurst on that turn. So they are matching motors at the moment down that part of the circuit. So Matty Longhurst. So interesting for points too. Obviously going into this round, Barch well and truly on top of the points after that first round. So Longhurst just needs to keep himself in front. It might make it quite interesting as far as the point score is concerned towards the end of this meeting. They have been the dominant pair in this series, and that's exactly what we're seeing on track here at the moment.
Oh, he's got a good run. He's got a really good run out of the fishbowl down the hill towards turn number 34 on this layout, but he's not close enough to make a lunge or make a move down there.
Now, where he's going to come into favour, get back in this straighter section here for Barch. Remember, that's got a 6-litre Chevy. Oh, Longhurst out in the grass there at the final turn. Not ideal. And this lets Barch up on the inside, but look at the straight line speed. 6 litres of Chev motor pumping away there as he heads down towards us.
And then immediately goes defensive.
Nice and late on the brakes there, Barch. So he gets himself in front.
What that was for me, I don't know about you, Mark, but Longhurst knew he had the straight line deficiency, so he knew he had to try and maximise the final corner, but just was a bit too committed, a bit too wide, and that compromised his run onto the pit straight entirely from there. Let's see if we can keep with him on this technical middle sector of the lap, which starts just at the exit of this hairpin. In fact, they've forced Barch to go defensive into the hairpin, and Barch has run wide. He's running a little bit deep, and Longhurst stuck the nose up there.
You see the wheels all crossed up there. So, did a bit of opposite lock there on the exit there at turn 6 of the hairpin. It's well and truly under the pump there. So, certainly Longhurst is keeping him very honest here, to say the least. It's great racing, isn't it? This is what you come to expect from sports sedans. Nice close racing up the front of the field. Two very high performance race cars. Lots of horsepower between them.
Look at the margin to third. We're waiting and waiting. It's 37 seconds between Longhurst and Wildy. Insane after just 3 laps of competition. But that is, let's be real, that is over 21 kilometres of racing.
Benny Madden's got in front there of the BMW there. Jason Palmer too. That was another position change inside that lap.
Oh, Stephen Turner's come in the lead. One of the minis, the John Cooper Works mini that we're looking at, was in position number 11, but has come into the pits at the end of that lap. He's joined Myhill in the lane. Oh, up the inside. Oh, locked up and in too deep and off the road. He had a big lunge up the inside, but in a bit too deep. We saw the brake lock up and fires off the road. Well, he certainly threw something at it there, didn't he? But couldn't quite make it stick. I think that was turn number 23. It's a bit hard to keep up. I believe that was turn number 23, the hairpin, right towards the end of sector number 2. And there is that mini I was just talking about of Turner. That's a real shame.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, Father Neil had some problems earlier in the qualifying session, and now Steve, unfortunately, as you mentioned, Jim Myhill in the pits too.
Oh, another lock up the inside. Just about gets it stopped. Sorry to interrupt you.
Talking about Magnus, there's one there. Rob Kilmartin on the inside there of Gavin Gold there.
The mini responds though. Oh no, not quite enough of an overlap at the kink at turn. Number 7 had to slot back in behind as they take 8 and then into the hairpin at 9. Back up the hill towards turn number 10. The mini will be so well suited to this middle sector.
Much more heavier modified sports sedan spec of mini there for Gav Gold. It's got a few more hot bits in that car than probably what the other minis have in the field, so it's a very fast race car. It should be fairly competitive amongst the heavier capacity race cars. And going back to a very iconic race car there, Sonny Clements behind still the Southern Lawnmowers livery on that car. Mick Monterosso would have raced back in the day.
He's very
always
wide.
out of the curve too. Bit of opposite lock there. And he's got Steve Campbell behind him in the other one of the BMWs. And then there's that XV8 supercar behind there of Andrew Cook.
3 completely different vehicles, that's for sure.
That's was actually used as a spare car in the day. Actually got a BA body kit on the car. It's actually an AU underneath that skin. So it's a bit of a sheep. What do you call that? Sheep and wolf? Whatever it is. I can't remember. A wolf in sheep's clothing, I think.
Yes, that's the one, yes.
I'll have to go back to my nursery rhymes there, Dan. It's all right, we'll get back there in a moment.
Campbell doing well to keep the supercar at bay at the moment, but for how long is the question, because they're about to hit the main straight. But Campbell, I was commentating last year, took part in the Adelaide Rally, so a lot of different history, not just on the circuit racing, that BMW, but also in rally competition as well, up against a V8 supercar that was built well before this track was.
Certainly was.
Yeah, created and first run this track in 2018. Would I be right, Mark? You've been to pretty much every single event here. Oh, we'll just talk through this overtake here because the supercar is going to breeze past in a straight line.
Too much horsepower there.
Yes, and you'll get this car as well up the inside of Clements as well.
Yeah, gone through.
Made that look very, very easy. Can't replace horsepower sometimes, can you? Or a bit of a lock-up, though.
A brake lock there too, if you don't mind. How do you like your toast? A little bit brown on one side.
The point I was going to make, though, Mark, I say you've been to pretty much every event here. Would I be right in saying the last time they ran the 777 or the 7.77 kilometre layout was the Asian Le Mans series?
Yes.
In 2020?
You would be right on. I was here for that, so yep. Certainly was. They certainly did run that circuit. I think that was the last time I called there on that circuit. So
you were calling the supports, were you?
Sorry?
Were you calling the supports that weekend?
Supports, yeah.
I was in my journalist days, but what an event that was, and great to see the 777 layout being used again. The guys that used that track on that weekend, XF1 driver Roberto Meri and a couple of guys that are now racing very well in a World Endurance Championship and a European Le Mans Series, Ben Barnicoat and a few like that I spoke to. back in my journalism days, they were all saying the same thing, how incredible the 777, the 7.77 kilometre layout is. Nothing like it. It's the second longest permanent circuit in the world after the Nürburgring in terms of distance. It's quite remarkable that this is the second longest permanent circuit in the entire world.
Andrew Cook on the shot there in the V8 supercar there. Going to pop out the other side. Scotty Clements. So track position, you're looking at position 7, 8 and 9, are we? I think that's where we are there at the moment.
Yeah, correct. Yes. Yep.
A small screen with my poor eyes.
6, 7 and 8.
Thank you.
So we can see that the double 6 of Cook has moved up into position number 6 now. So it's Cook from Clements and then Campbell.
Well built before this track existed. How about the escort behind? Oh wow, a little bit wide there.
That's catching people out, isn't it? The hairpin at turn 23. I think if you get wide there, you're in the marbles. It's so dirty. So it's not been used for 4 years. So if you're out there, you very much are in the dust and the debris. And he's locked up again. He's just getting lost, I think, around this circuit.
You see they go past the control tower there, which is actually the part of the control tower of the Eastern Circuit. Mm-hmm. That means they're heading back towards us here, towards the main complex. See Scott Clements running pretty strong there too in that escort. Gee, that car's a lot of history there, driven by a very famous sports sedan driver back in the day, Mick Monterosso. Probably a little bit before your day, Dan, but certainly a very significant name in sports sedan racing, not only here in SA, but certainly nationally as well. And it's great to see that white escort still breathing and living back to this day. Talking about cars that were well built before this track existed.
Yes.
That's a long, long time ago, back in the great days of AIR, where that car would have probably made its debut back in the day.
Yeah, you're definitely correct there. The former Adelaide circuit, still just off the Port Wakefield Road, isn't it, down there on the northern side of the city. We're the southern side, as we have a look with this incredible Magna Mini battle.
Yeah, Craig Linsell on the inside there, trying to get past Rob Kilmartin. I think he's the only remaining Magna out there at the moment.
Oh, he's run wide. Another one, victim to the middle sector, getting off wide in the marbles, and there is no grip as the checkered flag flies. So Barch taking the race victory ahead of Longhurst. The 5-second penalty doing very little there in the way of adding the time. So 5 seconds won't do much to change that. Wildy in position number 3 ahead of Madden and Palmer, as we see the rest of the field come through. The 888 car coming across the line of Rabar in another BMW, and then after that is or should be Butters, unless he is dribbled off the road on the final lap of the race.
The go-karts in the background at the moment.
Yes, correct. Oh, he has lost a place.
Engelhardt.
Yeah, change of place.
So that is a change of place there. The heat haze going over the track. That's a great front-on shot there from our camera down there, looking down from turn number 1. So they head down towards the checkered flags, and there's Matty Butters there in the first of the Pulsars going through. Looking for Gav Gold. In fact, that is the 53 car. Then Craig Linsell behind him. And coming through in the following position should be Rob Kilmartin. And I think that's a Stafford BMW behind them as well. It doesn't get too much of a mention in that race. Joel Stafford, actually the Commodore, my apologies.
How brave's the bird, Mark? He's just sitting there. He's hardly budging.
As a plover. And he's about to plov. There he goes. he's out of the way. And there's the Commodore there of Joel Stafford on the head-on shot. That's Scott Clements. Oh, that's a shame.
That's on the in-lap. So he's crossed the line in position number 7, just behind the Falcon. And then he has come to a stop. So not quite sure what has happened there, but clearly some sort of mechanical failure anyway.
Scott's put a lot of time and effort into that race car, and I don't really want to be seeing that at the moment. That's quite a sad sight. Alex Lee was another Mini that went across, and the last car that went across there was Tyson Jeans in the MGF, which we didn't get to see too much of towards the rear of the field. And of course the non-finishers there, Steve Turner and Jim Myhill. Unfortunately, the other one of the Magners in the field there didn't complete that race either. So That's been unfortunate for the veteran improved production racer there who didn't finish that particular race. And just looking at Scott Clements there, looking around for some assistance. But that car, as you said, is on the in lap there, and looking down at the gear stick.
So all
Good.
cars have crossed the line. All 17 well, there's a couple of retirements, but all 17 cars have crossed the line with a field spread of over 3 minutes. Incredible. That just shows the length of this circuit. The fastest lap of the race in the end went to the man who finished in second position, Barch, with a 3-minute 19 second time. We're just going to take a break here in commentary before the XL Enduros.
Designed to leave you smiling from ear to ear. Experience the excitement of hot laps as a passenger, or take the wheel yourself. Challenge your friends to a go-kart race and compete for victory, or just have a blast. The ultimate escape for team building and epic experiences. Don't wait. Book now at thebend.com.au.
Activate.
Ever dreamed of swapping your office chair for the thrill of a race seat experience? Imagine the rush, the speed, and the pure exhilaration. Whether it's a gift for yourself, someone special, or an unforgettable team adventure, The Bend is your destination, where every moment is designed to leave you smiling from ear to ear. Experience the excitement of hot laps as a passenger, or take the wheel yourself. Challenge your friends to a go-kart race and compete for victory, or just have a blast. The ultimate escape for team building and epic experiences. Don't wait. Book now at thebend.com.au.
bike race on Australian soil.
It all comes down to this.
First time up to a longer hill. What a way to crown a winner of the Santos Tour Down Under.
Hyundai XL's heading out onto the racetrack for their first of 2 endurance races here today. We are kicking off with this first one, so we'll explain the rules. 1 hour race, 2 drivers in every car. Pit stops must be completed between the 20-minute and the 40-minute mark. As well as that, essentially for race 1, the main drivers, the regular drivers qualified, but it is the co-drivers that will be starting in this race. As we see a stationary car already.
I think that's the brand car. I think it's Aiden Brand there. Just have a look at that number there. Just look at the colour scheme in that car. It probably would suggest that. Unfortunately, that car is not going anywhere at the moment.
That's not good news. Not the best way to start off your race day. After qualifying in a pretty good position, but I did note that car got dragged off the road in qualifying earlier on, so it was the cause of a red flag. So clearly a gremlin, I think, that's reoccurred. I think it's safe to say. I assume there, but you can see just how many cars there are. 44 Hyundai XLs, 88 drivers in total. And we've got some good names in there as well, Mark, haven't we? We've got the likes of Thomas Randall, Tim Slade, Brad Vaughan. The list just goes on and on. Those are well-known names in supercars land, but there's a lot of well-known names in XL land that are competing
There's
here.
a few that have come back from other series that used to compete. There's people like
Correct.
Jaden Wanzik.
Yep.
The Dodgers boys are back. Craig's in his field as well. Mitch McGarry's come back into this class. He's been competing in the 286 series. So a few that have sort of started in this series that have come back for this Enduro here this weekend. And recovery vehicle heading out to that stranded car, unfortunately. So we've got a little bit of a hold up for the start here. And that car will have to be put on the strap. So a lot of different people that have come back, probably that also haven't been involved with the series so much this year. Good to see the Greg and Aidan Stuck car back here this weekend. It's got the Dick Johnson livery on that car, the Green's Tough entry. That's good to see they're back. They haven't made an appearance here during this season at all. So they are also back here this weekend.
So all the cars...
So Tim Slade, of course, is teamed up with Fletcher Lewis. We'll come back to that in just a moment. So we've got a little bit of a recovery happening a little bit further down the track here at the moment, so this will just slightly hold up proceedings. Let's go and have a look how they're actually going to line up on the field here. And it looks like Jason Callow will be on pole position there.
Yeah, that's right.
Alongside him be Jaden Wanzurk, I believe. There's 2 J's.
Yeah,
Could be
correct.
Justin.
Yeah, it is Justin. So, as I say, it's the main drivers that qualified. So, Mason Harvey, who does very well in Aussie racing cars, who does very well in saloon cars, also does very well in Hyundai XL racing. He qualified on pole, but it will be his co-driver and fellow West Aussie, Salo, who will be starting alongside of him as we are underway at the start of this one. I thought we might have another formation lap, but no, we are straight into it. So already they are blasting down towards turn number 1 in this race. So we'll talk you through all the different cars as they go through. But down towards turn 1, look at the start.
I think Wanzurk got through, but I think the 36 car through which has got Sala on board, I think.
No, Ethan Griegolt is
Ethan
behind the
Griegolt,
wheel
thank you.
at the moment. So Griegolt takes up the running ahead of the other Wanzak. That's Justin Wanzak. And a great start from a little bit further back from Kadic, Ashton Kadic, a front runner of the Victorian Series. He is launched up the field. He's sharing the car with Mackenzie, who's a front runner in South Australian in the Masters, I believe, isn't he, Mackenzie? But he's vaulted up the field into the top 5 already, as we are running on board with car number 68. That's Carl Nielsen behind the wheel at the moment. As up the inside, down into the tight turn. We're onto the West Circuit now, into turn number 6. And look at the congestion in the mid-pack. Absolutely insane. As look at this side by side, a change there. So that's now Curry up into position number 3. He's showing the car with Brad Vaughan, and he's been followed through by Kadic. So a little bit of reshuffling there in the midfield. In fact, Salo's fallen back. So he's fallen back from all the way to position number 4, maybe even 5, because Tim Slade's on the inside. In fact, they're 3 wide.
Contact there too, if you don't mind.
Tim Slade was right on the inside there into turn number 11, and he'll be on the inside for turn number 12 as well. And he does take that position there in the high-tech halls, and he's followed through by Tom Randall in the 155 machine. So the Supercars guys in the red and yellow machines there in the mid-pack, but Tom Randall didn't get the exit he wanted. And he's got a machine up his side. That's Kobe Williams, who now, of course, races in Formula Ford competition, but a former XL front runner. This just shows the calibre of the field as they're 4 wide. Down into turn 1, Tim Slade coming under increasing pressure from those behind, but he's up inside the top 5.
Got a new race leader too, by the way. Looks like that's Jacob Curry that's gone to the front there in the Angus Motors entry. No, it's not. That's back a bit further. I just saw him put a pass down.
No, you're right. It's just that Griegolt is so far down the road. He's 3 seconds down the road. He's bolted. It looks like he's in the lead, but he's taken 2nd position.
So that Curry is actually up into 3rd position there. As you mentioned there, Griegolt there. Nice big break there from Justin Wanzak. Good to see him back in the series. And, of course, his son, Jaden, of course, now competing in the Super Ute Series, as we saw last weekend. Justin, a former competitor also from this series.
Look at this in the mid-pack.
Oh, look at it here. Busy here. See, that's Nathan Green, the XL Jaguar there. Looks like Kevin Lynch behind him. And who's in the Barbie car this weekend? Car number 52, I think that is. It's one of the Mrs. XL garage entries there. They've got a massive number of cars in this field. So a very busy camp down there in those garages down the back. Certainly a few extra snags on the Barbie down there this weekend. Geez, have a look at Curry there. He's well and truly under attack there. Looks like Ashton Kadic just behind him. In fact, he might put a pass down here, down the main straight here at the bend, and gets himself off on the inside. Nice head-on shot there as they come down towards turn 1. And up on the inside, they're all played off from behind there.
He arrested that quite well, came back off the throttle, did Kadic, and he's survived through the first corner. But out in front, Griegolt has put in another fastest lap of the race. He's now 4 seconds down the road ahead of Jacob Curry. Emily Jones in 3rd, Kadic in 4th, Kobe Williams in position number 5. And then it's the Wanzak in position number 6. So Wanzak has fallen down a little bit, but the gun driver is to jump in later on in the race. As you say, they have to do at least 20 minutes of the race, and then they can hand the car over to what we know really is a regular driver, the owner, you'd say, of the vehicle. So that's how it plays out in this one. Tomorrow it'll be the other way around. It'll be the regular drivers starting and the guest drivers, the guys we're seeing at the moment, who will finish off proceedings. But it's frantic at the moment.
Off there in the 83 car. See one of the Darcy Hine entry there, and he's got, I think who the driver is in there at the moment, but that's just the Darcy Hine car that's been competing in the state series.
Marold is behind the wheel of that one at the moment, and I've just been reminded that both races are today, not tomorrow. So yeah,
correct.
The final race is this afternoon. Looking forward to that one. Oh, there's contact there there was definite contact. I think the car that had just rejoined just lost the rear mid-corner.
Not sure who that was. All I can see is a massive cloud of dust down there, but it was pretty busy down in that section.
It's going to be busy all race long, isn't it? I think this is a sign of what is to come when you got 44 XLs out there on the racetrack on a 3.4 kilometre racetrack. Contact is inevitable. Here's another Sala up the inside. That's Brendan Sala having a go. As we see, I think that's Tyler Collins behind the wheel at the moment of the number 30 machine. Just trying to spot where he is in the field. He's just inside the top 10. A front runner in the XL series, the Australian XL series. He's not been to this track before ever, so very much a learning experience for him, but he's getting more confident with every session. I was speaking to him late yesterday as the Scaife hobby car side by side with the car that we are running on board with here. How cool is this? Two cars, two onboard cameras side by side down towards the turn 6 hairpin. Who's going to yield? Which one of them? I think it's going to have to be the one on the outside of Scaife. But can he get the cut back? No, he's going to hold it around the outside. He's still around the outside. This means he'll have the inside for the next one if he can stay there. And he does. Great racing. And you can see the other onboard camera car just in the rear vision mirror, having a look up the inside. Awesome footage from Blendline TV being provided by these two, the two onboard cameras racing nose to tail, side by side on the midsection of the course. But in fighting so hard, these two are losing a little bit of ground to those ahead. As Griegold, his margin finally for the first time last lap came down. It's now under 4 seconds once again. So Emily Jones setting the first lap of the race, the last 2 laps. She has moved up into position number 2 ahead of Kobe Williams, Ashton Kadich, Thomas Randall inside the top 5 now, ahead of Jacob Curry. So Tim Slade's been shuffled back a little bit while Thomas Randall has continued the march forward. But they are ebbing and flowing. The names might not match in the left-hand side column, we should say. That's just because all the driver changes and everything. It's hard to keep up with the 44 names. So bear with us on that, but we'll read you the actual names that are on the Natsoff timing, the correct names for you as they go by.
On board there, on the Andrew hobby car there, who's actually got, I think it is hobby on board at the moment. Those shots of the cars in front of him, they will dart and weave down through that, down through the western, also eastern part of the circuit, just crossing the crossover point just there.
Chirping under brakes there was the number 12
Carl
machine.
Nielsen there on board there at the moment in the Brakes and More entry, which of course are our major sponsor here this weekend for the XL Enduro. Thank Wayne Milburn and the crew down there at Brakes and More to be on here this weekend, and it's pretty busy inside that car. Let's go back to the Andrew hobby car once again, and you can have a look at the complete doors and windows entry. On board, that's either Asher Johnson or Sean Panowich. Good to see that team back together here this weekend.
Yeah.
Asher slipping back from the Aussie Racing Car Series, which he's taken on board here this year. A former multiple state champion, of course, in Circuit XLs here in SA2, Asher.
You call him the GOAT, wouldn't you, of Circuit XL racing? He's won almost every championship, but this year, as you say, moving up to Aussie Racing Cars and certainly coming to grips with it, getting stronger, I thought, as the season went on. In the Johnson Crail, of course, Richard Crail, a part owner in that team, as well as up the inside comes Luke Mader, a name that we're familiar with in Formula V competition.
And he's just completed his first season in the South Australian Formula V Series, and now they've given him a roof this weekend. Plenty of talent, though. We saw a bit of that talent certainly in the Formula V Series here this year, and finished third in that championship. So not a bad effort for your first championship for the season. But different cup of tea here altogether, and a little bit more room to move in these race cars as well.
Where's he going to go? Down towards turn number 6.
Having a good look around in the mirrors there under brakes, and that's good reason. He's got cars all around. There's a hobby car in front of him, and that's the orange and black car in front of him. The CJ Mack entry there, just in front of him. He's right up behind him on the next shot. Oh wow! If you don't mind, I am here. Knock knock. Let me in. It's the Johnson entry there that's holding the rest of the crew up there behind them. Luke Mader, as you mentioned there, And Craig Dontis also in that group. And you can see the Mowers Plus entry involved there. You see Craig on board, completed, had to step back into the Super U Series last weekend in the Adelaide 500 circuit. And he rejoins his twin brother this weekend, Troy Dontis, another former competitor here in this series.
Oh, that's
wow. It's getting a bit serious there, just go underneath the footbridge and head back down towards the main straight inside that in-car shot.
The little nudging that they're all doing mid-corner certainly made me sit up in my seat. Or somebody's wide. Yeah, somebody's very wide out there.
I think that was the right bit of racing entry, the green and black entry, so they're probably Brody Dominic in that car at the moment.
Another change of position down into turn 1. The 54 moving back ahead. Maida ahead of Johnston as Scaife and Dontis are side by side into turn number 3. It's like Noah's Ark at the moment. 2 by 2. Hurrah, hurrah, as they head around the bottom section of the course. And there's another off-track excursion for the 29 machine.
Oh, Dontis, nice and close if you don't mind. We don't want to try and turn that XL into a lawnmower just yet. That pass has been done there by Andrew Hobby. But we haven't seen too much of this series this year either, so good to see him back.
Oh, we're late on the brakes.
Big crisscross there. I just held my breath there for a moment. Absolutely all happening there.
That's why they're racing drivers and we're sitting in the commentary box. They know what they're doing. As he's now been overtaken again just because of that compromise line all the way up the inside in turn 6. He's lost ground on the exit, but we jump a group forward to this 5. Look at this, down into turn number 11. Look for any bit of room. This is absolutely sensational racing to kickstart the weekend of racing in XLs. We say they've got one more 1 hour enduro to come later on this afternoon, but the guest drivers are certainly not holding back. They might not be their vehicles, but they're certainly driving it as if they've stolen them out there on the circuit as they all move to the inside.
There's a pass there. That's like the bright fluorescent coloured car, the Warren Mining entry there. He's actually picked a few places off. I didn't having a close look at my timing screen there, and he's already picked a few off. Another talent that's certainly shone soon as the state series throughout the year. And he'll be involved in the 777 Enduro Crown tomorrow with his uncle and his father tomorrow.
This is the fight currently for 10th position, so 10th through to 14th. And it's been led at the moment by McGarry, a familiar name in South Australia, now doing a fair bit of Toyota 86 racing. I don't think he did so much this year, but certainly last year as Wallace is lining up. Collins down into turn number 6 around the outside. You're not going to find a way through around the outside there. That's the number 26 machine of Nowicki. Nowicki as well is going to do the 777 later on this weekend as well. The 4-hour endurance race.
Very busy there. Teamed up, of course, that's Isaac Sparks' car from the series.
That's a good lineup.
In the Hampstead and Auto entry, see plenty of that car picking up plenty of places throughout the series. And Tyler having a spin in the Enduro here this weekend. Looks like Jackson Faulkner in front of him. I think it is Jackson in that car. But it's pretty busy there at the moment. He's got it's got the Tontani entry beyond the Jack Wallace entry there as well. It's also made up plenty of ground.
So here we can see down into turn number 1 all of the machines, but we're just looking through the pack, just show how many there are out there, separated at the moment by over a minute as they're still side by side for that 10th position. Then we look back to the battle for P15. These two have broken away a little bit now, Johnson and the number 54 of Maida, and then these guys are fighting further back. There's about 8 or 9 of them nose to tail there into the turn, but there are battles all the way through this pack from the start all the way through to the very end. They just continue to come through as the 120 machine, the all-female combination. That's Emily Duggan behind the wheel at the moment, moving up the inside of, I think that's Ethan Whitehead in the 118 machine. But what a stupendous field.
There's a couple of long-time stalwarts there, Andrew Young and Graham Hewitt pairing up in the Black Ball Racing entry here this weekend.
Tim Slade up the inside of Salo. Is that trying to make the move? It is, but now he's going to be on the outside as Jacob Curry, front runner in the SA XL series, moves up the inside, and he might get 2 for 1 down into the penultimate corner, but I think he might just settle for that one, although Tim Slade, the Supercars veteran, they're now Supercars, a former Supercars veteran, of course, hung up his helmet from full-time competition last weekend at the Adelaide 500. He knows how to steer. As we hear the siren, that means pit lane is officially open, Mark. So any minute now we will see the cars begin to come into the lane, but Tim Slade driving really nicely out there. He's moving up the field into position 7 and now looking for position number 6 up the inside of Salo, the pole sitter for this race, and he takes the place. Really nice move made up the inside, nicely done. That's what you come to expect from a Supercars driver.
That's called experience, and that was a nice clean little pass there.
Although
Jacob Curry, I'm just looking behind him, he's licking his lips at the moment. He's just waiting for one of these pair in front of him to just go slightly wrong. Look at him trying to sneak up on the inside there. Just waiting for that break. And the Anguston Motors edge, oh, look how close he is. That's the white car there behind Tim Slade. And I think he's got past. No, he hasn't, so he'll just drop back in behind there again. Slade to lead that group through.
Oh, nice crisscross. Curry back up the inside, but now he'll be on the wrong side for the next one. Can he crown across? Can he move across the road? No. We'll go for another switchback. Will we? He's trying it, but no, not quite enough. Great racing, though, between all of these guys. And so far, Mark, touch wood, stays the same. It's been clean out there as well. First driver to pit, Asher Johnson. He'll hand over to Sean Panowich in the 39 machine. So a multiple champion in the Trophy Series hands over to a front runner in the Masters category. So a change there in position. Change there in drivers, and I expect to see quite a few more take that option this time by. And there is the next one. Jacob Curry is going to hand over to none other than Bathurst 1000 wildcard appearance driver, Brad Vaughan.
Brad Vaughan, indeed. Johnson to hand over to Sean Pans, we just mentioned. Sean's just won the Masters Series here this season. We'll get that trophy this evening when we do our presentation this evening.
So, Mark, we should say as well that you have to be in the lane. That's from the pit lane entry to the pit lane exit for 122 seconds. So 2 minutes and 2 seconds is your minimum time between entering the pit lane and exiting, and there is a significant penalty if you breach that. So we've got to keep an eye out for that. But that is the magic number, 2 minutes and 2 seconds. And it looks like the Johnson car is going to be safe. They are already over 2 minutes, 2 minutes and 13. So that is tick. In fact, that's probably a little long. They lost 10 minutes there in transit.
So we mentioned Curry in, Mitch McGarry to come in to hand over. Tyler Collins will put Isaac Sparks in the seat there. And Wanzerk also in. Probably Jaden, I'll say, will be taking over that seat. That's
correct.
One of the father and son combinations. We've got a few of them involved in this field here this weekend. Hagen Zerk on board his son's car Jet this weekend. So Hagen, a couple less cylinders than what he's used to in his big Falcon.
Yes,
so,
correct.
A little bit less power. Port Lincoln based drivers there. They travel a long way to get here. As we mentioned before, Jet being the youngest driver in the series this season.
Here we go, side by side down towards the first corner. It's 35 and the 111. Heading into the first corner. I think it's, I don't think Carpenter is behind the wheel at the moment, but I do know that Kadich is behind the wheel. So Kadich there in the number 85 machine. Just behind Emily Jones is in number 35. She was up in position number 2 at one stage. She's just dropped back a couple of positions over the last couple of laps behind Kobe Williams. And just lost another one. Although I think that car's just come out the pits potentially, the 111, because it's it's Kobe Williams in the 111. We're just trying to keep up with things at the moment. It's that fast pace, this race. It really, really is. So Kobe Williams in second, ahead of Emily Jones, and then behind that we've got Ashton Kadich. They're all three of these are steadily closing in on the race leader of Ethan Griegoldhead. In fact, they can quite clearly see him now. That margin early on was out over 4 seconds. It's now just 2 seconds. So they've slowly been decreasing that gap lap upon lap. And it's going to create a very tasty end to the race as they hand over to their main drivers. Ethan Griegold will be handing over to Sala. Kobe Williams, Triple One machine. He will be handing over to a well-known driver in the Triple One machine, Carpenter.
Jack Carpenter there.
It will be, yes, yeah, Jack Carpenter, yep. There's too many Carpenters to keep an eye on sometimes. There's so many of them. Same with the Salas, though. There's a lot of Salas out there in the race today.
Driver change too. We'll get Fletcher Lewis on board there. Gee, there's a talent that we've seen plenty of this year too, Fletcher Lewis.
Yeah.
And we'll see, no doubt he'll be up and amongst it during these endurance events.
There's so many brilliant combinations that you look at, you go, there's any one of 15, maybe even 20 cars that I've looked at and gone, yep, they've got a chance of winning, if not being on or being on the podium. It's such a stacked field here this weekend. So Craig in, hand over to Troy Dontis, two well-known names in the South Australian motorsport landscape, as they're side by side. 54 has been in a battle. Luke Mader all race long, hasn't he? Racing somebody or another, but Nick Scaife moves
took full advantage of that. That's Luke Mader that made the mistake there in the Mrs. XL garage entry. And that's still game on too. And whereabouts are they? They're currently 8th and 9th, are they? I think they are at the moment on track. So,
yep.
And there's another car just out of shot there. Car number 212.
That's the other Carpenter behind the wheel at the moment. Lucy Sidwell, the co-driver, had a bit of a coming together in qualifying with the Dontises, I noticed, at turn number 8. But side by side, that's Duggan moving up the inside of the 212 machine of Stack.
Chris Stark in the Starkini entry.
Starkini, I love that.
That's a pretty cool livery, isn't it?
Yeah. They were a late arrival yesterday. They only took part in the one practice session, but straight on the pace, as you'd expect from those guys. But coming under pressure now from the, is that the Dontis car at the lane? No, I don't think it is. Similar livery. That's the 118 machine of Whitehead. As back up the inside comes the Starkini car.
Or Parkini on the other side door. Just parking, of course, the co-driver there in that particular car.
Great to see a...
haven't seen that car too much throughout the series.
No.
It's been fairly quiet throughout the year.
We've seen a bit of the Peter Page Hyundai car in a couple of rounds. Lisa Tortani driving that machine. She'll be jumping behind the wheel when Emily Duggan comes in. Those two are driving in the 777 as well tomorrow in this very Hyundai. So they've got to keep it nice and clean, make sure they don't get any scratches on it. So there's several, I think there's 3 Hyundais that are competing in the endurance racing today that want to be keeping their cars out of damage, out of trouble for tomorrow's 4-hour-long endurance races. Fletcher Lewis now behind the wheel of the car behind, just behind the 3.
I think that's the one around a bit wide too.
Yeah,
got right up on the curbs there at turn 18. No worries about that. That'll be a full throttle, that car. That will be trying to plough through a few of these cars. Not plough through them, but try and pick a few off. And he's already starting to do that. You see the pace already there. Ed Lewis, that's the bright orange and red car just behind that group. Oh, it's busy there. Chris Stark there, really holding up Emily Duggan there.
Panowicz is a lap down on these guys, but he's right in the thick of the action after completing the stop. That was the Starkini car running wide. But Panowicz is right in the mix there. So is the Fletcher Lewis car. Those two both a lap down after completing their pit stops, and they're nearly nose to tail. There they are, the orange and yellow machines up the inside now, jolting to the outside. They're in the fight really for the theoretical leaders. Fletcher Lewis swings it down the inside. A great move there. Gets Panowicz, who is racing on the road, and gets the, well, not the lap traffic, the unlapped traffic, whatever you want to refer to them as. This is going to be a crucial factor in this race. How much time are you going to lose threading your way back through the field? There's many ways you can play the strategy. Do you come in early and have this problem, or do you go late and potentially run into these cars that have just pitted? It's all going to play out. The one thing we do know is traffic will play a factor in this race,
as it normally would in an endurance event. Cars there, it's one of the Stutt entries there. Car number 13, the very much Dick Dawson inspired livery there on that car. That's a pretty cool looking car as a coaster, and that car's about to be overtaken, and I think that's might be Aaron Semler behind the wheel there. new livery on that car too. We used to see the Golf livery on that particular race car. That's
How's that
that's
car?
got a brand new livery on that car for this weekend. The Bailey's entry there.
Looks good.
The Bailey's hoist entry. It's actually a new business that Aaron's taken on in recent weeks. We wish him well.
Yeah,
And,
absolutely.
we've got
Oh,
a
no.
car, it's a Sala car. It's a 101 car up against the wall there. I'm not too sure where that is, but that's the road where the shop entry, which is parked up against the fence.
Yeah, it's the exit of turn 8 towards turn 9, the stadium section, as we often refer to it, just before the fishbowl. Fortunately, though, that's out of harm's way, and I think we'll be able to keep racing without even the need for a safety car. But that is a real shame.
And out the other end of the field is the other Sala.
This is for the leaders. Oh, the 117 has gone around just in front of the leaders. Here comes the lead battle. 1, 2, 3, and 4 on the road, nose to tail.
No.
They've caught up to Williams. And overtaking, Griegault. It's not Sala at the wheel, it's Griegault at the wheel, but they've caught up, so the top 4 are nose to tail out there, and the 117 is around.
Safety car, that's Rica Boggiano there in the Beckstar entry there. Great to see her back in the series, haven't seen her all year. Unfortunately, that car's all crossed up and facing the wrong direction down there, and the wheels all on opposite lock.
Safety car.
And so, looks like, I don't know whether there was any contact there at all, but very compromising position down there. So Beck will gather herself there. There'll be a string of cars that'll come into pit lane for driver changes. This is where they need to do it right now.
I don't think they will. The CPS, I'm just reading the regs, CPS may not be conducted during safety car period unless I don't think they can serve it during the safety car. These guys got in before it was called. They're okay. They've just snuck in. But the rest will be stuck out, which is crucial as well, because this will bunch all the field back together. So I think this will very much benefit those that have already stopped and those that are already in the lane. So, this is a race-changing safety car at pretty much the halfway stage of
Here we
the
go.
race.
This will explain a few things. Look for the bright colour. Oh, she's all crossed up there. And, oh, wowee. 36 car went through there. That was close.
It was. That
Wow.
to me might just look like a little bit too wide on the dirty stuff and around.
She's just cooked it herself there. But just overdone it there under brakes. And Andrew Hobby steps out. The Nick Scaife will jump into that seat there. Just the mirror. There we go. Nick Scaife, another long-time competitor in this series. A lot of experience.
According to timing, it did say Scaife was behind the wheel first in that stint, and will be handing over to the other car. I'm not quite sure on that one because, like you, I'd expect Scaife to be the main driver. So we'll let you know. But as we can see,
Here's
the car has
and
been
away he
sent
goes.
away.
So he'll make his way out of pit lane there. All the crews hanging out the front there.
This is very nicely timed. It's going to be just over the 2-minute mark. Perfect. So very nicely done there. 2 minutes and 8 seconds. And so well judged. They got in just seconds before the safety car was called, crucially. So this is going to shake things up, that is for sure. We'll run you through all the different changes or whatever, but I think that Scaife car is now in a very good position. They are leaders of those that have stopped, and as we say, this safety car period does not play well for those that did not complete their compulsory pit stop prior to the yellow flag, full course yellow safety car being thrown. So there is the order at the moment. Kobe Williams, just before that safety car period came out, did take the race lead, importantly, so change of the lead for the first time, really, because Griegault dominated early on, pulling a full second margin. That came down significantly and has now been completely extinguished because we have a change of the lead. So Kobe Williams leads the way ahead of Ethan Griegault. Front runner in the Victorian Series, Emily Jones, is in position number 3 ahead of a fellow Victorian in Ashton Kadich. Thomas Randall, who finished on the podium in the Adelaide 500 last Sunday, is in position number 5 ahead of Jet Blummerus, who's moved up very nicely into position number 6. Carpenter, Dale Carpenter, I think that is in position number 7 ahead of Smith, Bell and Stutt. But I'm looking further down at those that have stopped. They are a couple of laps down but they have completed their compulsory pit stop. The leader of that, actually now, as it's sort of readdressing itself, looks to me to be the Curry and Vaughan car. So Curry and Vaughan now with Brad Vaughan behind the wheel in position number 18, first to complete the all-important compulsory pit stop. He is ahead of Mason Harvey, who took pole position for this race, so he is no doubt a fast driver, the West Aussie, in 19th position. Then we've got Hobby, Nowicki, and Travis Milburn Jr., who is sponsoring this race, you said, Mark, in the brakes and more. Great to have them on board. A great sponsor of Hyundai XL Racing in this part of the world.
Just look at that screen there. Jet Bloomers is another one that's made up plenty of ground too. He's been picking out, he's currently in 6th position.
So I think I said Travis Milburn, Wayne Milburn.
Wayne Milburn, sorry, I thought that was wrong. No, it is Wayne.
Yes, it is.
So that's all good. We've only got a W Junior on our timing screen there, so that can be a little bit confusing. All good. Good to see the Borgonio car back out there too. That'll have Alan Hawkins behind the wheel. I think they've come in for their driver change, so that was the car that started the safety car proceedings there. So we shouldn't be too far away from the restart here. I reckon lights out fairly shortly in our safety car. Brings the field all back together. Here for our Brakes and More XL Enduro here on a Saturday. All their Enduro stuff will be done today. We won't see them tomorrow.
Looks like we are going back to green flag racing, which is great news. All of these guys in the front 17 positions will have to pit in the next 3 minutes and 20 seconds. So look out for that.
Probably about now would be good.
Yeah, I think you might be right. Maybe the front 2 or 3 might try and break away a bit, but those stuck in the traffic, I think, might swing in, as you say, straight away. But I think at the moment, seeing these guys have to do a 2 minute and 2 second pit stop, I think it is very much at the moment advantage those that have pitted. Brad Vaughan leading that charge at the moment in 18th. It will all shape up in the next 23 minutes, but we are set for an absolutely barnstorming end to this race. We're about to go back to racing as they come onto the start line. 44 XLs, 41 still running. We go back to green. Oh, there was a bit of side-by-side before the control line there. Look at this in the mid-pack. That was all carnage further back. Brad Vaughan had to take evasive action and not run into the back of somebody. Look at the run. I couldn't even see what car that was on the far left. Took about 4 places in one there. Wow. This is going to be frantic in the next couple of minutes before these pit stops play out. Just try and stay out of trouble. I think if you're in this mid-pack at the moment, as Neve has come into the lane, did our advice, get in while you can, while the traffic are all out there holding each other up and fighting hard. As we see side by side, 3 wide, out of turn number 3, through the kinks of turns 4 and 5. Look at this, best seat in the house for car number 12. Which did have Scaife behind the wheel. I'm just trying to see it in timing.
The wheel, is it? 12.
No, it now says it's Hobby behind the wheel.
Hobby, so we'll just correct that. Andrew Hobby, bit of a hard charge to you. Make his way through the field, goes past the Nathan Green entry there, which is the Jaguar XL. We've got the Peter Page Hyundai entry there in front of them.
That's got Jet Blummerus behind the wheel.
Now, that was the one I picked out before. It's already picked up a few places. So here's another one charging through the field around the outside there, Jack Wallace. Oh, he's out in the grass in the Warren Mining entry there.
Watch for Tyler Collins.
Sebler and the Bailey's entry just in between, just to the side of him there. Just have a look at that. Gets the Motors entry there. It's got a bit of a dip in the bottom too.
Oh, there's a spinner. It's the Jag. Oh, and in goes the 52. So the Jag went around and Ianella into the side, and there's more contact. The 23 is involved. We've got the number 90. That's the Wanzek car that was fighting for the lead. He's done his compulsory pit stop, hasn't he? And he has been involved in that.
Another innocent victim there is the Graham Hewitt entry too. That's the Blackpool Racing entry. And that Wanzek entry has got significant front end damage, and I think this will be another safety car.
Yeah, there's quite a few that have pitted. They've seen that carnage and decided to pit now. Good idea, I think, on that one. Ashton Kadich has stayed out. Mark, that surprises me because the pit stop window is going to close in 20 seconds. I think that's a strategic error from the number 85 machine of Kadich, and there is Wanzek, who was racing the Super Utes last weekend in Adelaide. Very nearly got a race win, didn't he? But it was taken away from him on the final lap.
That was a thrilling finish too in that race.
It certainly was.
Saw that live.
Safety car is out once again. No surprise there. But a couple, Mark, have not pitted. That really, really surprises me. Kadich and Stutt, the number 13 green tuft livery, the Dick Johnson tribute livery, has also not come in.
Busy now. Have a look at that. Now it's game on. Driver changes all happening. Everyone's in. So the ones that did the first bit are now all into the last bit of this open section. Alan Hawkins getting in. I thought he already came in, but that driver change is happening now.
The question I have now, Mark, is because it's safety car and it's yellow flag, will these guys benefit because the cars out on the circuit are going slowly under safety car conditions? The safety car now might swing back and benefit these guys who are losing less time because the cars out on the circuit are going slowly.
It's just an interesting scenario, isn't it?
It is.
We just have to wait and see how that pans out. Jaden Wanzek was out there before having a quick inspection of the front of that car. It's got a lot of front end damage. So there's going to be a lot of hammers at work between the enduro sectors here. Trying to get that car back and straight. So cars making their way out behind the safety car. 60 is one of the southeast entries there, Kevin Lynch entry.
There you go. So the Vaughan car did not make its way back to the front of the field because of the safety car. So the Vaughan car, number 50, is sort of in the mid-pack there. It's behind Williams, Griegault, Jones, Randall. A few of the drivers have obviously changed, but wow. Okay, it's all changed. So we'll get, once everybody rejoins, we'll talk you through the order. But the safety car, this safety car has sort of re-neutralised everything. It's not benefited those that pitted before, and it's not benefited those that pitted after. It's pretty much a neutralised thing. So from a neutral's point of view, that's probably good news.
That's Ethan Whitehead just jumping out of the car there. And Bo Hastings into the Titan air conditioning entry there. New pairing for the Enduro. So we'll see how they pan out. Everyone just about exited pit lane. We've just got a couple of cars to make their way out. The Whitehead entry will come out with Bo Hastings, I just mentioned. That'll be the first car to come out of pit lane out of that section. So, well, it's not a race goes by where there's some sort of incident somewhere in this class, and we've seen certainly plenty of it throughout the series. Cars making their way around behind the safety car.
I'm just looking. The Kadich and Stutt car have done an extra lap because they haven't pitted, and the safety car, I think, it's going to be interesting to see what happens.
We'll just have a look here.
Yeah.
This is what's brought the safety car out. There's Nathan Green goes through. Now, who was the spinner here? Green was the first one to go around. Oh, wow. And one of the Mrs. XL garage entry slammed into him. Wanzek was a victim.
And it looked.
And Graham Hewitt got the spin there too. He got cleaned up as well.
Yeah, he spun off on the outside trying to take evasive action. But yeah, that was a case of Green went around and then they all just
and there's
piled
someone
into
down
him.
in the fence there too. Just caught the end of it. I'm not too sure who that was. And they're right up against the concrete barrier. So Nathan Green has been retired by the looks of things. That would have significant damage. Oh, that's a sad side, isn't it? Former state champion in Excelsior, Jaden Wanzek, back here this weekend. Unfortunately, that's not the way you want to start your enduro. And that's got significant front end damage. There's going to be a few mallets and hammers trying to straighten that bonnet and front guard and 100-mile-hour race hope trying to strap that car back together. And hopefully it's just cosmetic and not internal there. That was a pretty serious slam there in that incident. So that crew down there at Mrs. XL Garage, there's certainly plenty of hands on deck down here this weekend to sort that car out.
All right, so I've just been studying timing while you're watching the replay and things, so I can now talk you through what I believe the state of play is. Kadich and Stutt are out in front, 85 and 13. However, they have not completed their compulsory pit stop. They'll still have to complete their pit stop, and I believe will be slapped with a significant penalty for not completing it within the designated window. So the theoretical leader then becomes Brad Vaughan in car number 50. So it has benefited those that pitted before the original safety car, as we suspected. So it's not Brad Vaughan behind the wheel now, it's Curry. Then in the 25 machine, it's now Mason Harvey. Got to thank the volunteer marshals and officials for everything they are doing out there on the circuit this weekend, all over this venue with the 7.77 kilometre layout.
They're about to be busy with the brooms, because I just looked down there at that penultimate turn. Look at the glass and plastic that's been left there from that incident. So we might have a slight hold up here where they try and clear that debris off the track. There's the usual indicator light still stationary down in that part of the circuit, as you would expect. So a bit of a delay in proceedings while a hard-working official, the volunteers down there, try and clean that mess up. It is a mess. There they go. There's our forest down there with the blowers. Look at the rubbish that's been left behind from that incident.
Yeah.
And there's plenty of garbage down there, so lots of glass involved there, and perspex, so we don't want race cars driving over that. That'll obviously puncture a few tyres there, so they'll get rid of that.
So the first car in the train is the leader, however not done its pit stop. Second, third and fourth in the queue are all a lap down. The proper leader is in fifth, the white car with the blue roof. He's got the 25, who is theoretically in second position directly behind, and so forth. So that's sort of where we're looking. From fifth backwards in that queue are the realistic leaders of this motor race.
So that brings Shane DeWicki in front, are we?
Brad Vaughan.
Brad Vaughan, there we go, thank you. There it is.
Brad Vaughan ahead of Mason Harvey. Then we have, I think it's saying Hobby is next in the number 12 car.
That's it.
So the blue car, the fully blue one is out of position, a lap down. So then it's the red one in third. Then in fourth position, it's the bright yellow machine, the Wallace now with Sullivan behind the wheel.
So Jackson Sullivan, good teammates. They've finally going to share a car here this weekend.
So hopefully everybody now at home understands exactly the stuff. Sometimes a bit like untying your headphones when you put them in your not wireless headphones, your old school plugged-in headphones or earphones. When you put them in your bag and then you get them out and it's all just a mangled mess, isn't it?
Pretty cool. I'll still use that method. I was just showing me age. I hate Bluetooth. Good. Anyway, still under yellows here. We'll get a bit serious in a minute when we obviously that big clean-up down there at that turn, as you just saw on screen. Cars going around.
So if you're just tuning in, we are set for a cracking finish to this race. 12 minutes left on the clock. The debris will be cleaned away in the not too distant future. I'm Dan McCarthy. Alongside me is Mark Nancaro. And Mark, we have to say, this race is delivered. When 44 cars are on the entry, 88 drivers, we thought, should be quite good. It's well and truly delivered.
Hazard XL's come a long way. I was at the very first season when this category started, 7 or 8 pretty basic road-going cars. That's how it started, from the late Trevor Pound, who put these cars all together. But it's developed a long way down the list since those days. Professionalism, lots of wraps, lots of deliveries, and it really is a bit of a talent search category. There's a lot of cut drivers that have come from the series and moved on to national series, and it really does sort the men out from the boys pretty quickly.
And the ladies out from the girls.
It certainly does. There's a few of them involved. Strong performance clutch entry there. That's the Wayne Milburn entry.
Great to have Brakes and More on board supporting this Enduro this weekend. A great sponsor of XL competition and a very loyal supporter.
The whole series has been well supported by a lot of local businesses.
It has.
We have to thank them. It's been, even though Brakes and More on board here this weekend, but people like Rob Soanetti and a few others that have been on board this week right out the series.
Lights are out, Mark. Lights are out. So we are set for restart, and it'll be 10 minutes to go, I reckon, by the time they come back around. So, as we say, the first car is leading, but has not completed its compulsory pit stop. Then we've got 3 cars that are down a lap. The first car essentially leading the race is that number 50 machine, the white one with the blue roof in the 5th car in the queue. So, This is going to be a frantic end to this race. I'm very much looking forward to this.
10 minutes on the clock there.
Yep.
There's game on here. Absolutely no doubt about it. So it's the Angerson Motors engine where the interest lies as far as the lead car is concerned. You can see it there, the blue with the white roof there. Brad Vaughan on behind the wheel.
To make things even more interesting as well, it's all the regular drivers now, so it's gloves off. These guys won't be afraid to get the elbows out. It was nice, clean racing to start with. The intensity will be lifted up a little bit now. When is the number 85 machine? Ashton Kadich, the Victorian, behind the wheel. When's he going to go? The answer, now.
Now will be the go.
Puts his foot to the floor as he comes across the line. Leading the motor race at the moment, but we say still got to pit as we look further behind. Emily Jones. Oh, it's not Emily Jones now, is it? It's Burton behind the wheel, looking up the inside of Sullivan down towards the first corner, and he's going to make that move stick. Very nicely done, although Sullivan will try and hold it around the outside, but no, has to relinquish the position. As you look at Fletcher Lewis, sharing the car with Tim Slade. And here we are, look, the leaders are getting involved in the lap traffic already. So through goes Vaughan, through goes Harvey, through as well goes the blue machine as well. But there's been a change for theoretical third. Burton up.
And there's that blue car we just mentioned. And I'm just trying to pick out who that is.
That's one of the cars down a lap. That was one of the cars down a lap.
So it does not in configuration anyway. But this car in the front is.
Yes.
Because Brad Vaughan has now gone, legally, his front of the other two haven't pitted. He's got a bit of fronted damage on that car too.
And they're side by side for what will be third. Burton's made it stick, going the long way around the outside.
Jake Burton behind the wheel there, I believe.
Yeah, great move.
Change the inside there. That's Nick Scaife, Andrew Hobby behind the wheel there on the 12 car.
Yep.
That's the hamster auto entry there.
He's moving through the traffic, so as well as Isaac Sparks, although Sparks has got Sala to the inside of him. Sala very late on the brakes there, three wide.
You can't do that there.
Oh, there's contact. Sparks make contact with one of the lap
that.
traffic, and he's got steering
see that
damage.
was going to happen. You can't put three cars down in that turn. It doesn't work, and that shows right there. And now we've got a couple of cars with a few dents, probably a bit more than what they would have liked.
Sparks has, I think he's come to a stop on the outside in the gravel trap. Steering damage from the contact, I think, and has got beached in the gravel trap. The two drivers that needed to pit have now pitted. I still think they'll be slapped with a huge penalty for doing it so late. But here's for the lead. This is for the theoretical lead now. Oh, we're going Dukes of Hazzard over the gravel, and we're three wide into the turn as our safety car. So that's crucial. Jones has just made that move before the safety car was called. Got through on Burton, now behind the wheel. Got through on Vaughan just before the safety car was called. And just as Harvey was getting back in contention as well. Wow. So that was crucial. Just in the nick of time. Oh, I don't think Carpenter's aware that we've gone safety car. He's motoring down there, making places up.
He's seen the flag now.
Yes.
No problems there. So brake foot straight on the brake pedal there.
How crucial was that? Just before the safety car taking the lead.
Wow. You could see that incident was going to happen. You can't do 3 or 4 wide down to that corner. It just tightens up. If you're not aware of that corner. Oh, there's Isaac Sparks. Geez, that's the shame. Such a hard-working team down there at Hampstead Auto and Dyno. They've completed every round of the series here this season. And a much improved driver, Isaac, as well. And teamed up with Tyler Collins here this weekend. Pretty good pairing there. So they're
really good.
But unfortunately, you can see that car is well and truly buried in the kitty litter down there. And also the wheel's also on opposite lock, so that's not going to help the situation. No doubt we'll get a replay of that moment in a few moments' time, but so safety car is out. Just saw the Stook car come in and look at the things for a driver change. Just to be on down there a pit lane. It's one of those cars that stands out, anything is green like that. So let's have a look, replay coming up here. Have a look at this. They all fan out. Now, who's going to give? No one gives here. No one gives an inch. And this is big trouble. You can see exactly what it just tightens up and there's no room. And bang, and look at Sparks. He's been spat out the side there.
So there were 2 lap cars on the outside and they were fighting for position, and on the inside you had 2 cars fighting for position a lap ahead. And unfortunately it was the 2 that came together with the 2 in the middle that weren't actually racing each other. So unfortunately that was big damage there for Sparks. Steering damage, we could see left hand down, so yeah, that is done for the race. And I've seen now as well the 243 machine, the other car involved of Brand, has also come into the pit lane as well. So that's disastrous. That's a real shame there. As we see out there on the racetrack, we're back under the control of the safety car.
It's a brand new car to this event as well. That's the B Sport entry. 2 Brand brothers there, Corey and Trent. Unfortunately, that car into pit lane. A couple of the southeast competitors there.
So with those, with Kadich pitting during that little green flag period we had, that means that at the front of the field is the 83 car, but that is a lap down, so I assume he'll be let by at some stage. And Brad Vaughan, sorry, it's not Vaughan now, is it? No, it's the Burton car that's at the head of the field, the maroon coloured car, number 35 ahead of Brad Vaughan. Then we've got Mason Harvey.
Gee, that was, you mentioned, a bit of a Dukes of Hazzard move to get into the front there for Jake Burton.
Yeah.
That was throwing everything at it, and he did it at the right time, just before the safety car intervention there. So Jake Burton in front at the moment, but for how much longer? Because we know he's got a bit of talent behind him. Gee, there's a big bandage there on the Peter Bajo Hyundai entry. Just saw that car go through. That's got a bit of 100-mile-hour race tape right across the front of the nose of that car. So that's had some damage too somewhere. So we'll have a good shot here of the recovery vehicles down there at that corner. There we go. And that car is well and truly buried. So,
but do you think, Mark, that this will be cleaned up in 3 minutes?
That's the big question, isn't it? It's going to be a significant tow out of there. He's deep in the sand trap there. So depending on how much damage is on that steering as well, where they've got to be able to straighten those wheels up, otherwise they're going to have to kind of drag the thing out of there, which is not ideal. As I mentioned, under 3 minutes remaining here in this Enduro, or part 1 of.
It was so clean to start with.
Yeah.
The first half went so smoothly, and then from there, the second half, once we put the main drivers in, the regular drivers, we said the gloves might come off. Well, they certainly have, and it's been safety car city since then.
A few people up there on the sky deck. There you go. You're on the live stream. Give us a wave if you can hear us up there.
They can see every single metre of this layout, the shortened layout, the west
There you
circuit.
go. Give us a wave, the lady with the sleeves there. Got a few tattoos happening there. That's a bit of ink work being going on there.
The 83 has just been let by, so that will come around and join the tail of the field. So that does now leave Burton at the front of the field. He's the race leader. He's done all his pit stops correctly. Tick. He is the actual race leader, back at the head of the field. So Burton from Vaughan, from Harvey, Hobby, Sala, Sullivan, Veets, Fletcher Lewis, Charlie Nash, Ian Ella. That is the top 10. So plenty of action in this one. Moves up and down the field. Lots of
top bit of the order,
incidents.
the evasion of the interstate drivers here. South Australians will have to lift their game a little bit here. A little bit further down the field. It's Dave Parkin behind the wheel there in the Parkini livered car.
I'd say Brad Vaughan and Jacob Curry, they're flying the flag for South Australia in position number 2.
Yeah, of course they are.
And then the West Australian pairing in position number 3 of Harvey and Sello. So nicely done from them. So yeah, really real variety in amongst the pack. So Fletcher Lewis shown with Tim Slade. They are in 8th position. Further down the field, I'm just trying to look at where Charlie Nash is, showing the car with Thomas Randall. They were caught out by not pitting particularly early, I believe. So, oh no, they're directly behind actually in position number 9, Charlie Nash and Thomas Randall. So, wow, this certainly has changed almost lap upon lap, hasn't it?
This is looking like a safety car finish here. 30 seconds remaining on the clock here. This is looking a little bit doubtful.
That was the 52 there with no front bumper. That was ripped off in the 4-car pile-up that we saw down at the penultimate corner.
Leon Anella there behind the wheel of that car.
It is, yes, yep.
They've actually many of the Mrs. XL garage entries involved in this Enduro here this weekend. I reckon they've just about cleaned the garage out of race cars. So they're all here.
I've just noticed as well, 5-second penalty for the car in third. Mason Harvey behind the wheel. If it does finish under safety car, that's going to bury it. And I've just seen on timing, it's just changed from yellow to grey. That means we will finish under safety car this lap. So the car in third position with the 5-second penalty is going to tumble down the order. 5-second penalty, I would think that infringement, but let's call it as we see it, because Jake Burton is going to come around the final corner in car number 35, sharing with Emily Jones. The pairing stayed out of trouble. Great strategy, pitting before the first safety car, and it saw them move very high up the field. A nice move just before the safety car saw them take the lead and the victory. Nicely done from Jake Burton and Emily Jones. Brad Vaughan and Jacob Curry in position number 2. Mason Harvey, as I say, if that 5-second penalty is legitimate, will tumble down the order. So it'll be Hobby and Scaife in position number 3. But wow, what a chaotic and action-packed race that was. There's going to be a fair bit of repair work to do, Mark, before the race later on this afternoon.
Yeah, certainly will be. Absolutely no doubt about that. Cars come across the line to complete part 1 of our Breaks and More XL Enduro here this weekend. In fact, only for today. They're only racing here on the Saturday program because we have the 777 Enduro Crown tomorrow. Some of these cars are actually competing in that Enduro. So hopefully not too much damage incurred to those cars throughout today's proceedings.
The 136 machine, Ethan Griegolt and William Sala, they led for much of the race, didn't he? Griegolt was out in front in the end, coming home in 4th position ahead of Sullivan and Wallace in the bright yellow machine. Then we had the 54 of Volts, and who's he sharing that car with? That was in the thick of the action as well. Spent most of the race side by side with another vehicle. Oh, Luke Mader, of course, the Formula V driver. And then we had behind that, Mason Harvey. That has now been resolved on timing in front of us. Position number 7 with the 5-second penalty. So drops from 3rd down to 7th behind that number 54 machine. Ahead of Fletcher Lewis and Tim Slade. Charlie Nash, Thomas Randall in position number 9. And then the number 52 machine without the front bumper. That was Ianella. And the other driver was... Mason Harvey? No, that's not right.
That's not right.
No. So, yeah, there's a couple of numbers there that aren't quite matching. But, yeah, wow. What a frenetic race that was in the race number 1 of the Breaks and More Circuit XL Enduro. We'll get the official results for you before the next race. But for now, we're going to take a very well-deserved break in commentary. Up next, we get to our national categories. Up first, Australian prototypes. And following that, Touring Car Masters.
Ever dreamed of swapping your office chair for the thrill of a race seat experience? Imagine the rush, the speed, and the pure exhilaration. Whether it's a gift for yourself, someone special, or an unforgettable team adventure, The Bend is your destination, where every moment is designed to leave you smiling from ear to ear. Experience the excitement of hot laps as a passenger, or take the wheel yourself. Challenge your friends to a go-kart race and compete for victory, or just have a blast. The ultimate escape for team building and epic experiences. Don't wait. Book now at thebend.com.
activate.
Ever dreamed of swapping your office chair for the thrill of a race seat experience? Imagine the rush, the speed, and the pure exhilaration. Whether it's a gift for yourself, someone special, or an unforgettable team adventure, The Bend is your destination, where every moment is designed to leave you smiling from ear to ear. Experience the excitement of hot laps as a passenger, or take the wheel yourself. Challenge your friends to a go-kart race and compete for victory, or just have a blast. The ultimate escape for team building and epic experiences. Don't wait. Book now at thebend.com.au.
The flag is down, we are off.
This is the biggest bike race on Australian soil. It all comes down to this.
First time up to a longer hill. What a way to crown a winner of the Santos Tour Down Under.
Perfect timing. Thank you for joining us once again. The prototypes, the Australian prototypes and the South Australian prototypes are heading out onto the racetrack to commence their final round of the series. Started at Sydney Motorsport Park. They then were here on the international circuit, the 4.95k circuit. Went over to Phillip Island a couple of months ago, and they are concluding their series here on the full 7.77 kilometre layout. So that's pretty cool to have the Australian series here and competing on the full layout this weekend. We can see all of the different shapes and sizes, from the Radicals to the Pragas to the Wolves and everything in between, heading out there onto the race circuit for this one. It's going to be Jason Macris, the series leader, that heads out from pole position. Former champion in the series back in 2018, looking to do it again this year. He starts alongside Martin Short.
That's Mark.
Sorry, Mark, what did I say? Martin, did I?
No.
So yes.
Not the same.
So yeah, he starts in position number 2, ahead of Mark Lauke. Then we've got McKee, Miles Lacey, who did really well at Phillip Island. He'll start out of position number 5 in the Praga. Then we've got Eldritch, Andreas, John Paul Drake coming out a little bit further down than what he'd like, but he's only done one practice session, wasn't here yesterday. He was at Challenge Bathurst and finished second outright for the competition, and his car was driven over, and he's now here in that very same car that he finished second outright in overall at Challenge Bathurst, the time trial event on the legendary Mount Panorama circuit. So he's been a very busy man. But of course, these cars, not too familiar with this circuit. They have driven this layout before, but not too frequently. So for him, just trying to get back in the groove and only having one practice/qualifying session, not enough time, and that's why he's qualified a little bit further down the field than what you might expect. So look out for John Paul Drake to move up through the field as we continue throughout the weekend. Behind him, Paul Trengrove, Julian Newton, Stolbaum returns to the series. Glenn Stolbaum returns after 3 or 4 years away, so great to have him back this weekend. Then we got Song, Philip Hughes back behind the wheel as well. His son Tom Hughes has driven for much of this series, but it's Philip back behind the wheel this weekend. Alongside him will be Borman, so lots to talk about in this one. The clock has already started ticking, as you can see on the left hand side of the screen. So it started when they left pit lane at 25 minutes. So it'll be a rolling start, and we will get things underway not too far away now. But good field of competitors here this weekend. Very much looking forward to this one, Mark. There's always lots to talk about.
Pretty cool car, Jason Macris in the Wolf Formula 1 Extreme, the V-Power machine that's out there. So it's got a little bit more horsepower than a couple of these other competitors out there at the moment. Good to see Mark Short just behind him in the Prince race car. One of only 2, I think, in Australia at the moment. So, and then there's the Praga just behind him coming through as well, which of course has Miles Lacey on board. On the full course here, it's time to go prototype race. It's time to get fast, Dan. I think is the word.
Absolutely.
And, slightly quicker than what we saw certainly in the XL, even that was exciting, but I reckon this is going to be right on song here.
Exciting in a different way, I reckon.
I think so.
Yes.
So I'll bring them around, they'll have a good look at this circuit. That John Paul Drake story is great. How about you being at Bathurst yesterday and being here for this meeting the following day?
Yeah.
That's an extraordinary story. Jason Macris to lead him in that really cool Wolf Formula 1 Extreme. Look at the colour scheme in that thing. That looks angry. And he does lead the Australian series going into this final round. Him and Sean up alongside a former and improved production racer. The MSR entry there. Mark Shaw Racing. McKee just behind them as well. Mark Lauke, Lauke Flour Mills entry. Yeah, they've all been top runners in this series. And this is how they're going to pan out at race 1 here. Rolling start, of course. Heads a light on their Praga there, Miles Lacey. He's already got them lit up.
Here we go then.
So let's have-
Lights are about to go
Back
out.
off and keep a close eye on that Joker car. John Paul here. That's exactly what he's done. He's gone up in between them, trying to pick up a couple of positions down to turn one as they howl down to turn one, and I think Short's gone to the front. On the middle of that pack.
Miles Lacey, a brilliant start as well. He's up to position number 2. A brilliant start from him, but out in front, it's Short that leads. So Short from Lacey. Who's this in position number 3? It's McKee.
Andrew McKee,
Then it's
Motorsport
John
entry.
Paul Drake. Where's the 44 gone of Jason Macris? Our pole sitter. I can't see him there. Is he?
Lost. Where is he? Where is he? We could certainly be able to pick that colour scheme out. I can't see him anywhere.
No, so championships flicked on its head. John Paul Drake had
Drake's
it all
looking for
to
a
do.
position. He'll get up to third on the inside of down to turn 6. Hairpin down there. Done that easily. Got through there, no problems at all. Where's Macris to?
He's about 4th last. He has crossed the timing beacon in the first sector. He's about 4th last, so somewhere around 10th position. It's an absolutely disastrous start for him. Hopefully there's no mechanical gremlin and he can push on. But look at Hughes. Philip Hughes back and fighting up the front after starting on the back row of the grid. He's already inside the top 5 and pressuring McKee around the top side of the course. Around turns number 11 and 12. We're having to look at our track map to remember the numbers of this section of the course. All the way now through the fast sweeping right-hander.
Close to the way down there, a camera shot there. Andrew McKee, the car on shot at the moment. Currently in 4th position, got passed by John Paul Drake there in that first sector. So the blue and yellow car goes through one of the many of the Jam Motorsport entries that are involved with this field, and of course they've been a big part of this national series, situated right here at this very track.
Absolutely.
Their workshop just over the back here.
Here we go, on for second, John Paul Drake.
Here we go, it's game on here. I think Paul JP there, meaning business, trying to get up behind Short there. Looks like Lacey in the front there goes through. It was Lacey was the lead car, so the Parker goes through to lead the field down the back part of the circuit. That was the lead change I didn't quite see. Short got the break early.
I'm not
Phil Hughes end up. He's also picked up plenty of positions you mentioned there, Dan.
Certainly has. But yeah, John Paul Drake, brilliant start from, where was he? 8th position on the grid. But look at this battle with Lauke. There's a couple of other cars in there as well. Couldn't quite see. Here they are now. So yeah, we've got Lauke. We've got our pole sitter in there of Macris, the 3rd car in that queue as well. And then the number 99 machine of returning to the series. Nice move up the inside.
Up on the inside there of Mark Lauke. That's a nice move.
Sprung the surprise, but made it stick. That was really nicely executed. Caught Lauke well and truly off guard. And a 2-time champion is Lauke. Somebody's off.
There might be a bit of cement dust in. What is that? It's dirty down there.
I think somebody might just have ran wide.
Track road goes through. There he is. That's the low West race car in the field as well. Really the start of the prototype series, the West race cars. Overtaken by the Wolfpack.
Look at that. The number 44's gone through a Macris. He's got no straight line speed at all. No straight line speed. He's just falling through like a rock in water. He's just plummeting down the field. So he's now behind both of these cars. So clearly some sort of engine gremlin or something in the number 44 machine. The pole sitter, the championship leader. His weekend has not got off to a good start. There he is at the back of that shot, the 4th car in the queue. And you can visibly see the gap that they're pulling on him in that straight. What a disaster. As
Lauke under attack there. Looks like Dyson's Song behind him. So the green and black machine, another one of the Jam Motorsport entries. In fact, both these cars are Jam Motorsport entries. Mark Lauke in the Tornado model, and Song, of course, in the F1 Minstrel. A couple of different comparisons in Wolf race cars there. One basically runs 2 litres, the other one's a 1.6 motor in those cars. Slightly different capacity engines in those cars. Not like the Extreme, which of course runs the V8 in that car. They sound pretty menacing too, those V8s in these cars.
Lacey's lost the lead to Short at the start of this lap, so Lacey is back behind in position number 2 as Hughes is coming under pressure from Newton behind, both in Radical cars. Not just radical in terms of the cars themselves are radical, but they are radical race cars. So it was a one-make series, and still is, of course, Radical Australia Cup, but the prototype series has a whole host of different machines, all of them having different strengths and different weaknesses, and it makes for really, really exciting racing. It really, really does. But we can see the Hughes car. That's an SR8. That's an older model car. The one behind, bit of a different aero at the front. That's an SR10, so a slightly different model. The newer machine behind, but Hughes is flying on his return. He's moved from the back of the field all the way up inside the top 5, as they're too wide a little bit further back behind as well. But great to see, despite the long length of the track, there's... Oh, we had a spinner there.
And I don't know what happened there. There was a pack of 3 vying for position. One of those was Paul Trentgrove inside in that group.
So that's...
And let's have a look there. It's the 19 car.
That's
so
Eldridge.
it's one of our state-based cars, Ian Eldridge, in the now global logistics entry. I saw the green markings on that car, so that decides as that car.
A change for position further forward as well, as Stelbaum gets through on Song. That was a nicely executed pass. That spin was just as they were entering back onto what we call the regular international circuit. So between turns 28 and 29, the inside of turn 29 is where it came to rest, where the international circuit and the full-length GT circuit rejoin and reconnect with each other. So yeah, strange section to come spinning. So has lost the rear out of turn number 28 and come to a spin on the inside of turn number 29. But again,
at this very moment too,
yeah,
looks like Mark Lauke's under the hammer here at the moment. And he's been at, oh, the 99 car goes. That's the Stelbaum entry, Great Northern Decorators entry. She picks that position there from Dyson Song. I wonder if Ian Eldridge has got his car refired there.
Oh, nice run from Song up the inside of the kink, and he'll have the nice line and the preferred line, and takes the place around the fast left-hander. I imagine in these cars, flat turn 5 would be.
For flat it would be. Just to mention to it, even though we've got the final round of the Australian Prototype Series here, there are actually 5 cars involved in the State Series in here, and they're also racing for separate amounts of points. So even though it looks like one big field, there's actually separate amounts of points for both.
And let's say as well, Mark Short, leading the race, is entered this weekend in the South Australian Prototype Series.
Yes.
He is a regular in the Australian Prototype Series, but this weekend entered as a South Aussie Prototype Series competitor, and is leading the way. So very nicely done. In what is the oldest car in this field, the old-fashioned machine out there on the circuit of Prince, LSR, a popular car back in the day, but not too many of them anymore. But great to see that is still competing so strongly out there on the circuit.
Yeah, Mark knows how to put a good race car together. Don't worry about that. He did it for years in improved production racing here in this state. And he's not the only ex-improved production racer in this field either. Ian Eldridge, we just mentioned before, had the spin, is also one of those. Phil Connors is another one who's a step back from improved production to race in this particular series.
This is Trentgrove and Andreas fighting.
And this Andreas we were just talking about.
And they're just behind Julian Newton as well. So this is positions 5, 6 and 7. All nose to tail. As a really nice exit, getting a little bit sideways though, was the number 5 of Trentgrove, trying to get on the power. He looks the stronger of the two there. Oh, nearly contact as they rejoin the regular circuit. He's lost.
Jonas has got the pass done there, but looks of things over Trentgrove in the F1000 model there. It's a pretty much sleeker sitting to the ground car. That one is sit right down on the ground with legs stretched out. And you'll get up behind the 15 car looking for a pass there, which of course is Julian Newton, another local SA-based driver in the Radical. And they're back in, what about 5th and 6th positions. And that's the car on field, on screen at the moment. So Julian Newton there, they had that car up in the winch during, or just after the qualifying session with some issues. So good to see that car out, back and running. Head-on shot gives you a great look at the profile of these cars as they come over the crest there. Purpose-built race cars And they head down towards turn 1, Paul Trengrove. Back at the track, he was actually the first manager of this track here when it first opened back in 2018.
He was.
Through Western Australia for some time. See him back here in Adelaide these days. Went over there and managed the Perth Motorplex there for a few seasons.
Here we go. The two radicals continue their duel. Hughes from Newton, and look at the car behind. It's joined the fight. Has the West of no, sorry, it's not Trengrove, that's Andrewas in his Furman just behind. Very unique engine sound, the Furman.
Yeah, they run the only a 1 litre motor on that, believe it or not. It's very similar to the West race car, the same setup with the chain drive. So it has a very similar, it feels like a motorcycle in disguise, I guess you could say. Run the Kawasaki engine on those cars.
A motorcycle in disguise with a couple more wheels and an actual car. But I get the point you're making there as we see them go around the back section of the course and re-emerge in what is the really technical section. The S is really from turn 16 to turn 22. It's left, right, left, right, left, right, left. It's an incredible sequence of corners.
I tell you what, it's caught a few people out in the practice sessions here yesterday too, by the way.
Yeah.
Very complex section, right down the far part of the circuit, to the eastern end of this circuit.
We saw a few mistakes here early on, didn't we, in the combined sedans, the hairpin at turn 23. So after that fast flowing section, you got the hairpin and then you accelerate through turns 24. Of course, for many people, they are tuning in on Blendline TV, they won't have seen this layout as around goes Newton.
Newton, and he's wide. He's managed to keep it out of the sand trap, so that's a bonus. And he should be able to find a gear and get that car back on track very quickly. And so all that always might have a little bit of front end damage on that car. It's a bit hard to tell from the other side, but it went in there pretty hard. So only carbon fibre on these race cars, break quite easily. So not suited to any off-road tactics whatsoever.
Here we go for position. Oh, there's a good look there from Andrewas, but couldn't get it through. Oh, but a mistake from Hughes. An unforced error, or a forced error really, with Andrewas right behind him and ran wide just into the 90-degree left-hander. But that section that we saw Newton spin on, that's quite a unique section. Of course, turn 25, if you're a bit wide there, it then gets really fast down the hill. The kinks of the right-handers, and he was out wide already, got some marbles on the tyre, and that's what caused him to loop around. As we see the number 23 move up a couple of positions. Here's a replay of that spin. Look to the back of the shot, just in a bit deep, a bit wide, and there's no coming back from that.
Too wide, he just got on the dirty marbles there and just made him a passenger. Braked too late, got on the curb, and in these cars it's all over once you get over the painted curves here. You really become a passenger.
Oh, nice.
Might have an issue. What happened there? He slowed up. Nice and suddenly.
I think that was just the crisscross.
Yeah. Just got a close-up shot there on that screen.
Laoki took a compromised defensive line. Song took the more regular line, got the great cutback, and went the outside at turn 2 to make the move. That was a really nicely executed pass from Song, who has moved up with that position into the top 5. So the former champion in Laoki, who had a few spins at a very, very wet and wild Phillip Island last round. He just wanted to get out of there as quickly as possible. Things couldn't have gone much worse for him, unfortunately. So great to see that Laoki is back where he belongs, towards the front of the field again, and not spinning around in circles.
One of the really early prototype drivers too, Mark Laoki. He's been involved with this series for quite some time.
Certainly has, yeah.
And we're very used to seeing the sunflowered livered car. For, of course, the Laoki Flour Mills, of course, that's his own business and generational business. Of course, he handed it down from his father, and goes into a lot of loaves of bread around this countryside, I can tell you, that flour.
Good driver, though, two-time champion, as we see. Who's that slowing? Is that trying to work out? I see a yellow and blue machine.
That's Andrew McKee there. So that's another one of the Wolf F1 Mistral cars.
I think that's got a problem because he was a lot further forward, wasn't he? He's certainly not at full race pace out there at the moment.
Well, Jonas has left him for dead.
Yeah.
So So it might be an issue there for Andrew McKee there.
Actually, McKee's gone a lap down. McKee has gone a lap down, so there must have been a spin or something that we haven't seen. His last lap was reasonably competitive anyway, so there's either a intermittent gremlin or there's
what's going on there.
two wheels through the grass.
That's a stall bomb entry there. I reckon might have got out in the grass. Got Phil Hughes here and shot him over the 42 car. So they were the two cars that were in that dust, or come out of that dust cloud down that section of the track. And also Paul Trengrove in that group as well. The West 1000 race car, which is it's hard to believe the West race cars in this field now are now considered old.
Yeah.
It's hard to imagine, because when we first started racing prototypes in this country, the West race cars were really the first initiators in this series. And of course, along came the Wolf race cars. They changed the Italian designed and engineered Wolf race cars. Firstly, Honda 2 litre was the first one to come over, and then we bought the V8s. They all come in different styles. Yeah, Motorsport obviously fairly responsible for importing those race cars at the time. Took over the West race cars.
And then now we've got the Radicals, and we've also, of course, got the relatively still new Pragas as well, aren't they? Exceptional pieces of machinery as Trengrove has a look up the inside of Stolbaum there, but couldn't make it stick in a straight line though. Boy oh boy, does the 42 machine of Hughes pull away.
Got a little bit heavy on the anchors there. Come in a little bit too late, so a little bit of a flat spot on that rubber you would expect. Still short in front here from John Paul Drake, so the front two haven't changed too much. Not on shot at the moment, but certainly the interest does lie here between this pair. It's Stolbaum and Paul Trengrove. They're 8th for 9th position on track, and they're these pair that you can see on our screens at the moment fighting for position. I think Trengrove's got a bit of pace here. I reckon he might get up behind Stolbaum there. Prototype styles there. The West race car and Stolbaum, of course, in the SM race car, another car that we don't see too many models of. Much older style race car. So come back into shot, and we'll just have a look to see if Trengrove is going to get him under brakes. No, he won't. Still got Hughes there. He's be having a fairly decent look in the mirrors too, I would have thought, because they're starting to gain on him as well. So those three coming together, 7th, 8th and 9th position on field there.
This is a section of the track where they're really fast, and then where as soon as they hit a straight, look at the margin that Hughes is able to pull in that Radical RS8. 0 to 60 that machine in 2.8 seconds. 411 brake horsepower, weighs just 725 kilos, so that's over 500 horsepower per tonne. That's why it's so fast in a straight line. Doesn't seem to have the aero though of the car directly behind it. Couple that with a little bit of confidence, I think. That's Song around.
Song. It's the 88 car. So not too sure what he managed to avoid the gravel trap there. He just pulled up short just before just kissing the boundary of the sand trap there.
So if you can get it refired, which you can see the light coming on at the back means there's some sort of life in there anyway. They'll hopefully get that going again. Speaking of cars that aren't going, Eldridge has come in the lane. We saw Eldridge have an issue early on in the race. The 19 machine has now pulled into the pit lane in the last half a minute. Here's a replay.
Let's have a look.
As we can see around the backside of the course as we look at Hughes. Still leading the way, but look at the margin that he is about to pull, exiting the final corner. Look at this. So it's about 2 car lengths, but by the time he gets to turn number 1, it'll be significantly more than that. Last time through, Hughes set a 309.9, exactly the same as the car behind, but achieved in such different ways. But Hughes, another veteran really of prototype racing, been in it for many, many years.
Yeah, very much. Oh, another brake lock up there from Trengrove. Pretty much in the same section of the track there. So, should be braking fairly hard there through that little sector or back sector there. cars disappear over the crest there. Then we come back into view. That's Glenn Stolbaum there. We returned back to the prototype series here this weekend. Pretty good job. He's holding off all the challenges from Paul Trengrove at the moment, who's just doesn't quite match pace at the moment. And it's pretty much been like that over the last few laps. It looks threatening there a couple of times.
Here's the race leader.
That's Mark Short.
He's out in front by over 10 seconds. It's now out to 12 seconds now, so incredible speed from this machine. As I say, might be the oldest in the category, but with an experienced head behind the wheel and somebody who certainly knows how to drive a race car. He has taken the bull by the horns and ragged this thing around. And as you say, he's taken it to the Australian runners this weekend. It's really good to see Short doing so well. He's back on the regular circuit now in the final sector of the lap as he swings it over the crest, what we normally know as turn number 13. Not on this configuration, it's turn number 30. There are 35 corners on this 7.77 kilometre layout. But what a dominant performance this has been. It hasn't led every single millisecond of this race, but pretty much all of it anyway as he comes out the penultimate corner. It's been a very dominant performance. He led a fair portion of race number 1 at Phillip Island, but mechanical dramas saw him DNF that one. But he has certainly fought back emphatically. Yes, taking the race victory. Short taking race number 1 in the Australian Prototype Series, but he himself a South Australian competitor this weekend. So John Paul Drake will lead them home in the Australian Prototype Series. Huge championship implications there, with the championship leader currently in position number 10. Lacey comes across the line in 3rd position ahead of Andre, whilst those two separated by just a couple of seconds as the number 99 machine of Stolbaum on his return to the series is running very nicely in 7th, but has come to a stop on the final lap of the race.
Oh, what a shame. Didn't quite make the distance there. Andrew McKee comes across the line, and it'll be, should be Mark Lauke. There we go. Comes over the crest there.
Ahead of
Hughes has held off all the challenges there from Paul Trengrove, so he'll go across the line there in 6th position.
After the hairy spin, Julian Newton comes across the line in position number 8. But so this car has spun around. That looks to me like turn number 28. I'm pretty sure that's turn number 28, just before they come back onto the regular circuit. I'm certain it is. So, yeah, facing the wrong direction on the inside of the hairpin. So clearly lost the rear, and around she went and cannot refire the car, unfortunately. As we look back to
Jason Macris there,
the championship leader. At least for him, he has picked up 1 spot on the final lap of the race. That's some positivity, I suppose. What could become crucial championship points come the end of the weekend. But the championship lead, he had a 30 points, has now basically been extinguished. The championship is well and truly on, heading into title deciding Sunday tomorrow. There is going to be plenty of action in the Australian and South Australian Prototype Series. Of that there is no doubt. We still await a couple more runners, and here they are coming across the line. A good battle between these two in the end. Song recovering after his spin to finish in 10th ahead of Borman. Both of them getting through on the stationary Stolbaum in the end. McKee finished a lap down in 13th, and Eldridge did not greet the checkered flag. So in the end, Short from John Paul Drake, and Lacey, the international man from England, coming across to finish in 3rd position. We're going to take a quick break in commentary. As you can see in the pit lane, the big banging Touring Car Masters, yes, Touring Car Masters are about to hit the track.
Ever dreamed of swapping your office chair for the thrill of a race seat experience? Imagine the rush, the speed, and the pure exhilaration. Whether it's a gift for yourself, someone special, or an unforgettable team adventure, The Bend is your destination, where every moment is designed to leave you smiling from ear to ear. Experience the excitement of hot laps as a passenger, or take the wheel yourself. Challenge your friends to a go-kart race and compete for victory, or just have a blast. The ultimate escape for team building and epic experiences. Don't wait. Book now at thebend.com.au.
activate.
Ever dreamed of swapping your office chair for the thrill of a race seat experience? Imagine the rush, the speed, and the pure exhilaration. Whether it's a gift for yourself, someone special, or an unforgettable team adventure, The Bend is your destination, where every moment is designed to leave you smiling from ear to ear. Experience the excitement of hot laps as a passenger, or take the wheel yourself. Challenge your friends to a go-kart race and compete for victory, or just have a blast. The ultimate escape for team building and epic experiences. Don't wait. Book now at thebend.com.au.
We are back at the Shell V-Power Motorsports Park, and we've switched layout to the 4.95 kilometre circuit, the international circuit, the most commonly used layout for Touring Car Masters, the national series here at the Bend. Looking forward to this one for what is their first of 3 races here this weekend. 1 today and 2 tomorrow. Just leaving the lane, I saw that the Scott Cameron car, the number 85, when it slammed on the brakes down to turn 1, had tremendous shudder. I don't know if you saw that, Mark, but
yeah,
it was shaking all over.
Not too sure what that issue was, but we'll keep a close eye on that Scott Cameron car when it makes its way around. And if we have a look, the cars making their way around. Joel Heinrich took pole position, and he'll be down the bottom there in car number 95.
Yeah, exactly. He took pole position in the White Lion Racing Camaro by just under 0.7 of a second from a former V8 Ute racer and Touring Car Masters stalwart these days, Andrew Fisher. Adam Garwood, the championship leader coming into this final round, is in position number 3 alongside a former champion in Ryan Hansford. Jamie Tilley is in 5th position alongside that car we were just talking about, Scott Cameron. Dean Lilly continues to sub for Stephen Johnson in the Ford Mustang. In position number 7 is where he'll be starting from, alongside Danny Bazadzik. Then we've got Cameron Tilley in the ever-popular Valiant Pacer in position number 9. Alongside him, Marcus Zukanovic. Brad Tilley returns to the series this weekend in the old Ford Falcon, the GTHO, and he'll be starting alongside another stalwart of the series, Tony Karamfalowski. Behind them will be David Hender in position number 13, Peter Burnett in position number 14, and rounding out the field, Alan Hughes in his Holden Tirana, making the trip all the way down from Queensland. So a good field. Actually, I do not see the number 4 machine of Alan Hughes out there.
That's the Northside Taxis entry.
Oh, there it is.
There it is there. So that's the one at the rear of the field. I think they might have been having some issues after the qualifying session too. So obviously that's been sorted out. Rolling start here. Isn't it great to this event to have the final round of Touring Car Masters here this weekend?
Look at that.
And look, a couple of rain spots on that windshield too. That's interesting. Big dark clouds over this complex at the moment, and a couple of wiper blades in action. So this makes it even a bit more interesting at the moment. Final round of the championship comes right here at the bend this weekend. Andrew Fisher and Joel Heinrich to lead them around here on this rolling start.
So yeah, it is the yellow machine on the left, the Camaro of Joel Heinrich, South Australian, knows this track very, very well. Alongside him, Andrew Fishtail Fisher, as he used to be known in his V8 Ute days, but look a little bit further behind.
Bit of smoke out behind the Garwood car. Just have a close eye on that too. I saw a bit of a puff of blue smoke.
Here we go. We're about to go.
To start.
Racing, and they are pedal to the metal down towards turn number 1. Windscreen wiper already going on the Hansford car. The rest of them not at this stage. They're nearly touching down towards turn 1. Or lock up front left for Hansford in a big way. Now front right. He's not going to make the apex of that corner surely. Oh, he's done an all right job. A little bit wide. 2 wheels through the gravel and tries to slot back into position behind that. Cameron went off the road as well. All 4 wheels off the road. Garwood's got a nice run out of turn number 3. He draws alongside Fisher as they go through the kink, but he has to relinquish that position and slots in behind Hansford before diving back up the inside once again. So, there's contact, Garwood into Fisher, and they're both around.
Big damage to the side of Andrew Fisher's Tirana there as the rear of the Commodore there of Adam Garwood slams into the side of the spinning Tirana.
That's got huge championship implications. That is for certain.
So, big damage for the first time down there at turn 6. Car's up and running, which is good to see. There's another slowing car behind it. Caught the end of that. And Danny Bazarzik there trying to put a pass down on Hansford too. The 2 Tiranas going at it down the back part of the circuit.
Hansford was lucky to stay out of that mayhem and the melee down at the turn number 6 hairpin. Did a great job to avoid all of what was going on. It looks slippery to me.
Yeah,
it's raining out there on the circuit. They are sliding all over the shop at the moment. And Zukanovic has come into the lane before even starting this race. So
I'm just looking at the windscreen of our broadcast van here. Yes, it is raining. Absolutely no doubt, and that's the reason.
Lock up
the handling difficulties in these race cars. Tricky. They've got through there okay. Heinrich's left him for dead. He's gone.
Yeah, out in front. He's pulled out a significant margin. Hansford comes around. Big sideways moment for Cameron once again. As they come across the line to complete lap number 1. It's Heinrich by 4 seconds from Hansford. Here's a replay then. Garwood, the championship leader, up the inside of Hansford, but locked up and tapped Andrew Fisher as well. And then there was contact. His right rear into the door of Fisher. Unfortunately, though, that's cosmetic, and they will both be able to continue. But the rain is intensifying. It's really heavy down there at turn number 3. You can see on the cameras now. So Heinrich is comfortable out front, but the fight for second is well and truly on. Bzadzik, Hansford, and Scott Cameron in position number 4. Here comes Hansford up the inside of Bzadzik into the hairpin. Just pulls his nose out at the last minute. That door was being firmly closed in his face, so decided to err on the side of caution and slot back in behind. But to me at the moment, Hansford looks the most comfortable of this trio in these conditions.
Doesn't mind a bit of wet stuff. Danny Bzadzik there in the Western Union entry there. Under the hammer here, fans. You can see the spots at our cameras there too, so quite significant at the moment. Rain was forecast about the time of the afternoon, so windscreen wipers well and truly in operation there on Hansford's car. And those two fighting it out at the moment for second and third position. Dean Lilly aboard the Brute 33 entry here this weekend.
It's been a really attritional first lap. I just saw Cameron Tilley's left the lane. Garwood has not come back around. Crucially, the series leader has not come back around in his Commodore. Jamie Tilley out there as well. He's come into the lane. Zukanovic and Karen Folowski did not make the start, so it's all happening. Bzadzik in a bit deeper, turn 17. He runs wide. Hansford gets the run into the final corner.
Cameron got unsettled there too behind that pair. Just saw them even behind. Hansford cuts across there at the moment as they spread out in the heat haze. Hard to believe this heat haze because with a little bit of rain falling here at the moment. Marcus Zukanovic was also a non-starter here too. And there's another car just headed into the pit. I think there was Jamie Tilley there in the background. Just come into pit lane there.
They continue.
Go back to these other pair. So Bzadzik and Hansford fighting it out in second position. Scott Cameron coming into the fray too now from Hansford. He's trying to get a pass down too. That's in fourth position. And a bit further back to Dean Lilly, but this is where the second, third, and fourth positions on track on our screen at the moment. Bzadzik driving pretty defensively at this very moment as they're over the crest there and they head out towards turn 7. Bit of a hill there, the consecutive 3 right-hand turns. Multi-spare trucks parts entry there, Hansford.
So Hansford's made his way past a couple of times on Bzadzik, but he's not been able to break away. Bzadzik has been able to respond and reclaim that position once again. So we'll see this time if he can make it stick and keep it. Or Cameron so sideways on the wet curbing out of Crofty Corner. That is so treacherous. You do not want to be touching the wet curbs in these conditions on slick tyres, that is for certain. But look behind, Dean Lilly is coming into the fight as well in the Brute Mustang. Look at the understeer from Bzadzik. The front end is just not turning. Look at the steering lock he's having to put in at the moment. Hansford's car looks a little bit better in the front, but maybe a little bit more loose in the rear. But he can control that with his throttle, whereas Bzadzik just has to wait and wait and wait to get on the power. So look at that, particularly at a turn like turn number 17. Costs him a lot of time as they come around the corner. The final corner once again. Heinrich out front by nearly 8 seconds. We'll see the margin as they come across the line. It's now 10 seconds down the road from these two in this fantastic scrap for second as Hansford comes back up the inside once again. And he does. Has he got it settled though, or has he run a little bit wide and allowed the cutback for Bzadzik? No, this time he appears to have got it sewn up. So Hansford moves up into position number 2 on the road. Bzadzik third. Then we have Cameron, and Dean Lilly is not too far behind. He's waiting and watching and slowly vying himself into this battle pack as well. But hard under brakes for Bzadzik. You can see Cameron closing in under brakes in the white line Camaro. Look at that. The only a couple of car lengths around the hairpin. This is fantastic racing. Garwood is going, so he is registering on the timing now, which is really good news. That's great for his points. Just getting any points will be beneficial potentially come the end of the weekend. He's got a over a race advantage, has Garwood, but that will be slashed in this race. Although Jamie Tilley, the man in second, is in the lane as well. So this benefits Ryan Hansford, who's position number 3 in the series at the moment. So Hansford, this is a good start to the weekend for him. Adam Garwood, a former series champion. And it's great to see as well, you know, this really was a veterans category. The old folk coming and driving the old cars, but not these days. There's a lot of youngsters. Joel Heinrich, Ryan Hansford. The list just goes on and on and on. Jamie Tilley. It really is becoming more of a youngsters category these days.
Yeah, a few of them have simply passed the baton on, there's no doubt about that. Cameron there, up behind Bazazic there. So trying to get another position in. This is for 3rd position on the track. And they've got screaming down the long main straight here. Nearly a kilometre long here at this venue. So plenty of the big V8 power comes into play here, heading down to turn 1.
Oh, huge
Cameron,
lock-up,
not
huge
quite
lock-up.
close enough. Yes, he gets up on the inside. Bazazic a little bit wide down there at turn 1. And the switchback move gets done down towards turns 2 and 3. And Cameron gets up into 3rd position on track.
That was
Dean Lilly not too far away either. I just saw that green Mustang in the there it is. With the green headlights ablaze there. He's driving fairly patiently. Obviously no Steve Johnson here this weekend.
That was a scorched right
drive.
That was a scorched right front for Danny Bazadzik. And yeah, saw him run wide at turn 1 and allowed the 85 through of Cameron, who's been pretty fast so far this weekend. Not quite as fast as his teammate up the front of the field, but now sitting in a solid 3rd position nevertheless. So really good to see him coming on strong late on this season. Does he have anything to go with Ryan Hansford is the next question. If I look at their last laps, he was a couple of seconds slower, but he did not have clear air at that point in time. Fisher's back on the circuit, albeit missing a bit of door skin on the left front door there in the Jesus All About Life Racing Tirana. But yeah, nice recovery from him, and Garwood is in the position directly behind him as well. Fisher, last time through, fastest lap of the race. In fact, pretty much everybody set their PB last time through as he swings to the inside. Fisher up the inside of Dean Lilly and makes it stick, runs a little bit wide. Lilly will have the cutback now for the final corner, but I think he'll slot back in behind. It's hard to make a move unless you are really ahead into the final corner. You don't really want to lunge up the inside into what is a fast, high-speed corner. But yeah, they are setting PBs and fastest laps of the race, despite the windscreen wipers going. So I think the rain might be just diminishing just a little bit, which is good news. A big lock-up for Fisher into the first corner, but he's able to keep it on the tarmac, on the black stuff, which is good news. This race is absolutely flown by. We've only got now 4.5 minutes left in the book. So it's Heinrich that leads the way by 12.8 seconds from Ryan Hansford. Cameron is just a second and a half back from him. But we're looking at Fisher, who slides up the inside of fellow Tirana driver Bazadzik. A little bit of a lock-up from one of them. But Fisher with the inside line just forces Bazadzik onto the dirty stuff. You could see the dirt and debris being flicked up offline. Not many cars have been out there so far this weekend. It is very mucky out there, and he's able to slide on through. So that's 2 places in about half a lap for the flying Andrew Fisher. Next on his list, a podium position. It's Cameron ahead of him as Dean Lilly ranges in on the back of the Tirana of Bazadzik.
Not wrong about Andrew Fisher, he's absolutely flying. You're only going to get half the door there on the left-hand side, but he's recovered beautifully, and he's already got away from Danny Bazarzik there as he's got past him. So look at Adam Garwood behind. I think he might have a little bit of tyre rub. I saw that in the back of the screenshot there a little earlier on from that earlier incident there with Andrew Fisher. Dean Lilly now under the attack now and trying to get past Danny Bazarzik there. Bazarzik there very much shuts the door in his face down there at turn number 17. Tightens up there quite considerably. So they'll come out the other side towards 18, which is the final turn as we head down the main straight. Joel Heinrich in a world of his own. In fact, 13.6 seconds between first and second position. He's absolutely cleared out. So still Hansford in second position. There he is. Cameron, that hasn't changed too much. Certainly Fisher there, but indeed Liddy's the one we're looking at here, the Brute 33 retro livery there. It's a very famous livery, made famous by one and only Alan Moffat back in the day.
Well, both of these two are as well. The one ahead of it, the Bazadzik car, as well, the Craven Mild livery.
Craven Mild were on everything.
Yeah, correct.
Well, they had sponsorship of just about every race car you could think of. They're very prolific in not only touring cars and sports sedans back in the day. So Dean Lilly there filling in there this weekend. Of course, we mentioned Steve Johnson not on board here this weekend. Just sticking to his guns. We're on board car number 2. And
down the hill,
which is the Bazarzik Tirana, which is mentioned in the Pro-Am class. Driving pretty defensively at the moment with that car behind him. And Dean Lilly trying to apply the pressure.
Garwood's catching Lilly, Bazadzik and Fisher as well at a vast rate of knots, so don't rule out Garwood. There he is.
Notice you have a fair bit of rear panel damage on that car. See if we can pick that up. You can see that little bit of smoke just at the back. That's a bit of tyre rub on that back quarter panel from that earlier incident there with Andrew Fisher. And doesn't seem to be affecting the performance of the car too much.
Hasn't Garwood had a great season? You know, raced in Touring Car Masters several seasons ago, but these days now running the car run by McLeod back in the day. As up the inside goes Lilly on Bazadzik. Really nice pass, that one. Really clean, really nicely executed. Not a puff of a brake lock-up, didn't run wide in any way, shape or form. That is a perfectly executed move as Garwood slides out sideways over the ripple strip on the outside of the circuit. But what I was going to say about Garwood, it's been a superb season for him. 4 race victories along the way. He's been very consistent on his bad days. He's limited the damage like he is today, you know. Had that spin early on that collision with Fisher, but he's making up the lost ground. He's moving back through the field once again and limiting the damage, while his closest championship rival, Jamie Tilley, is in the lane. He's going to be a DNF. So that just shows how the young Tasmanian has put his series together.
Very well said there, Dan. And the clock heads down towards the 0 mark, so we're probably only a lap to go here to get towards the end of this race 1. So quite entertaining, especially for Joel Heinrich, has been left alone in front, but then we've got all the placings behind him between Hansford, Cameron, Fisher and Dean Lilly. And another one that's going to come into that group is this bloke here, Adam Garwood. He's picked up, you can clearly see the back panel damage from that shot on the camera there. And he's got Danny Bazarzik well and truly in his sights here. Oh, and he goes straight past him. And probably gives him a bit of a wave as he goes past, if you don't mind.
Around the outside
at ease.
Well, around the outside at turn 11, either Bazadzik must have ran wide and put a couple of wheels through the grass at turn number 10 for that to be able to happen. It's either a run wide at the previous corner or some sort of mechanical drama, which I don't think there is, but that's brave. Although, actually, no, he's dropped off. Bazadzik has dropped off. There is a mechanical drama.
The back of the shot there, Dan.
Yeah.
It looks like the car was actually slowing quite considerably. Checker flag is out. And there's our race victor there in Joel Heinrich.
Very nicely done from Joel Heinrich. That's his 3rd race victory of the season and at home in South Australia as well. What more could you want? Ahead of Cameron Tilley, who was a lap down. Hansford comes across the line in position number 2, but they're side by side for 3rd. It's a drag race to the line. Fisher has stolen it. He's stolen it by just 0.4 of a second at the line.
Garwood, but it's about to do the same. Let's have a look here behind them. Who ended up in front there? Did Lilly get there?
Lilly just held on. Just held on by less than 0.4 of a second.
The placings there a bit further back.
Never over until it's over.
Danny Bazarzik is limping across the line there, so he's obviously got a mechanical issue there. And he's just going to crawl across underneath the checkered flag there and just get home.
Brad Tilley on his return to the series this weekend in position number 8. And then behind that, the Tirana of David Hender, who's overtaken Peter Burnett on that final lap.
Actually, where's Peter Burnett?
Yeah, that is the question. Maybe Burnett's come to a stop.
So, I don't know where Peter Burnett's finished up.
Here he comes now.
I wonder if he's had an issue somewhere too. And he's coming across the line fairly slowly too, so I think he's another Tirana that might have a bit of a problem. Actually, a little bit of a puff of smoke at the back of that car too, just went across the line. So
a couple of cars dropping down on the last lap. Daniel Bazadzik and another Tirana in Peter Burnett in what was an attritional and quite action-packed Touring Car Masters opener. That really was a great way to kick things off, but it was South Australian Joel Heinrich that took the win in dominant fashion by over 15 seconds ahead of Ryan Hansford. Fisher pipping Cameron at the line by just 0.4 of a second in the fight for third. Dean Lilly just holding off Adam Garwood in the end. Bazadzik in position number 7. They'll be looking to repair that Tirana overnight. Brad Tilley, Hender and Burnett rounding out the top 10. Beyond that, Cameron Tilley finishing a lap down, as did Alan Hughes in position number 12. The DNFs, Jamie Tilley, Marcus Zukanovic, and unfortunately the non-starter Tony Karamfilowski. Hopefully those cars can be repaired and we'll see them back out tomorrow as we see Joel Heinrich, the race winner, coming into the pit lane. We're going to take a quick break in commentary. Bit of a change of pace up next. The Hyundai XL Enduro race number 2.
Ever dreamed of swapping your office chair for the thrill of a race seat experience? Imagine the rush, the speed, and the pure exhilaration. Whether it's a gift for yourself, someone special, or an unforgettable team adventure, The Bend is your destination, where every moment is designed to leave you smiling from ear to ear. Experience the excitement of hot laps as a passenger, or take the wheel yourself. Challenge your friends to a go-kart race and compete for victory, or just have a blast. The ultimate escape for team building and epic experiences. Don't wait. Book now at thebend.com.au.
Activate.
Ever dreamed of swapping your office chair for the thrill of a race seat experience? Imagine the rush, the speed, and the pure exhilaration. Whether it's a gift for yourself, someone special, or an unforgettable team adventure, The Bend is your destination, where every moment is designed to leave you smiling from ear to ear. Experience the excitement of hot laps as a passenger, or take the wheel yourself. Challenge your friends to a go-kart race and compete for victory, or just have a blast. The ultimate escape for team building and epic experiences. Don't wait. Book now at thebend.com.au.
The flag is down, we are off.
This is the biggest bike race on Australian soil.
It all comes down to this.
First time up to a longer hill. What a way to crown a winner of the Santos Tour Down Under.
Really looking forward to this one, what is about to come. The SA Circuit, the Circuit XL, SA Brakes and More Enduro. Race number 2 for them. Race number 1 was an absolute cracker. Unfortunately, it did end under safety car conditions. But when there's 44 cars, safety cars are to be expected. And there was plenty of action throughout. Lots of good, clean racing for the most part. And now we're about to send them away once again for what is their final race of the season. And it'll be all gloves off for this one. That is for certain. As you say, 44 cars, 1 hour endurance race, 88 drivers. Every car has 2 drivers. and they have to pit between the 20-minute mark and the 40-minute mark. However, there were a couple that pitted after that due to the late race safety car. However, that is allowed in the rule book. I had a look after the last race. Kadich was one of those, and Kadich and McKenzie will be starting from the very front of the field in second position on the grid. What they did in the last race was legal. They didn't pit within the 20 to 40-minute bracket, but they pitted within 2 laps after that safety car. That is allowed. So if the window is technically already closed but safety car's out, you have 2 laps to complete your stop under green flag. They did that. Box ticked. They were fine. So they no further penalty beyond that. As you see, several of the cars, can't see all of them. Crikey, you'd need a wide-angle zoom, wouldn't you, to get them all in, all 44 of them. But we're on board.
I just stepped outside the broadcast van. It's very humid out there with just a few spots of rain just floating about, so I don't think it's going to affect conditions too badly. It's quite warm, so things are drying pretty much. Lots of dark clouds out there, but maybe we should be able to get through this Enduro unscathed, hopefully, without the weather coming in. It's probably the main deal here. Even though we have plenty of incidents, certainly at part 1 of the Enduro. But certainly there shouldn't be any issues here at the moment. You can see them all in form up there, just waiting for their final instructions.
We saw the rain sort of play havoc early on in that TCM race, didn't we? They were slipping and sliding all over the shop. But we're on board with Wayne Milburn Jr., the man who is supporting the race this weekend, brakes and more. So got to thank him for his support in this one. He's been involved in circuit racing as Wayne Milburn since 2016. He's actually a Victorian, but he comes down to South Australia on quite a few occasions. He was here for the last round, I remember, so great to have him part of this event. But in this one, we've got Queenslanders, Victorians, South Aussies, all around the country have they come to descend on this circuit. Not only many cars, but many stars as well. Thomas Randall is in the field. Give us a wave up there at the top of the balcony. Yes, you are on the big screen. But yeah, we've got Thomas Randall, we've got Tim Slade, we've got as well Brad Vaughan as well, who made a couple of wildcard appearances in the Enduros alongside Matt Charter. So we've got plenty of big names in this one. Now, for this particular race, it was what I call the guest drivers that qualified, and that means that it'll be the regular drivers starting them. So the heavyweights will be starting, and it'll be the guest drivers that will be concluding in the second stint. So that's the way it works. If you qualify the car, you then do the second stint of that race in which you did the qualifying. So that means at the front of the field, we have Jake Burton. Alongside him will be Glenn McKenzie. Behind that, on the second row, Jack Carpenter alongside William Sala. Mason Harvey, who took pole in his race, the West Australian, will start out of 5th position for this one alongside Jackson Faulkner. Beyond that, Charlie Nash will be starting the car. He'll hand over that car to Thomas Randall in around half an hour's time. Alongside him on that 4th row is Harrison Sala. Fletcher Lewis from position number 9 shares the car with Tim Slade, and they'll be starting alongside Matthew Tatani. Matthew Tatani will be handing over the car to Jet Blummeris, grandson of the 7-time Bathurst 1000 winner Jim Richards. A New Zealand and Australian motorsport icon is Gentleman Jim. Beyond that, Brad Vaughan will come out of position number 11 alongside Lucy Sidwell, Sean Panowich and Troy Dontis. The Dontis' Troy and, of course, Craig as well. Beyond that, Wayne Milburn Jr. comes from 15. Jackson Sullivan from 16. Aaron Semler, 17. Gregory Sturt in position number 18. I'm not sure if the 1X will have repaired their Hyundai XL. That was quite battered and bruised, although it's just gone through the shop now as I'm talking about it. So great to see that that car is back out there in position number 19 alongside Allianz vaults. I won't go through the whole field because they'll be back around and I'll still be talking you through the grid
That's
now.
right.
The race will have started. So that's the top 20 of the 44 cars out there on the circuit. But what a field, quality and quantity.
Good to see Nathan Green back in there too, involved in that scrimmage earlier on. I saw that car go through, even though it is missing the usual indicator light on the XL. It's a bit of a common thing with these things, but good to see a full field. This is their last race for the season. It's a big deal. And they go into their presentation evening tonight. It's a big gala we're having this evening. And our trophies for the season. And
Hosted by yours truly.
by
you, not by me, by you. Yes.
I'll be there doing the hosting there tonight and for our XL group. But cars line up. So you met there Jake Burton up the pole position, Glenn McKenzie. They're the front two, there they are.
So our pole sitter on the left was not the pole sitter of the last race, but worked their way through the field, did Jake Burton and Emily Jones, and they ended up winning that one. So they not only did so well in that one, they took the maximum points, but sitting on position number 1 for this race as well. That is a good way to start this race. But of course, it is combined points that's going to take home the trophy at the end of today.
Shot the equip link entry there. Glenn McKenzie behind the wheel this time.
Question is, who are you going to be handing the trophy to?
Well, we'll have to come to the presentation this evening.
Sadly, it's sold out. Tickets are already sold out. I can't
no
come.
seats available there tonight.
No.
So full field of XLs. It's been a big season here in SA. This is to finish it all off. 1 hour of frantic XL racing to come your way. Look at all the people up there at the viewing decks. And there they go, all the way back down there to turn 18. Huge, big field of cars. There was a black spot down the mid-pack there. I don't know who sure was missing out of that.
That was Wanzek. So I saw a different yellow car as we are about
That
to
car was
go
significant damage, obviously,
racing.
from the previous
We're
incident.
on the
And
way.
we're away, so let's have a look. It'll be Burton in the maroon coloured car, maybe to get to the front from McKenzie. They all fan out. Have a look at them. Oh, the whole width of the track as they head down to turn 1. Typical XL racing style. And around the outside, I think McKenzie might have it here. No, Burton hangs on at the first turn. And then it's a dead heat for about 4 of them to go through the get at once.
Sala took third, so Sala moved ahead of Carpenter, I think, as they're 2, 3, 4 wide into turn number 3. There's Charlie Nash up the inside of Carpenter, who started in third, so Carpenter has fallen down several places in the opening sequence of corners. So Sala is side by side with, is that Faulkner?
I think it's Faulkner in the blue car.
Yep.
Just come out of the shot there. The Sala there.
There's a couple of Salas, we
Yeah,
should
that's
say.
the other Sala.
Onto the west circuit, so turning left at turn number 6. Turning right
Oh,
instead
contact.
of left.
Oh, the 54 car got absolutely T-boned there by, it looked like the Zerk car. Oh, that's got some damage too. That's a bit unfortunate for Team Zerk.
And some damage for the 54 as well. That's crabbing quite significantly.
It looks like some steering damage on the Zerk car too, just in that end of that shot. And I'm thinking the Zerk's on there, might be Jet on board. So it is. So Jet on board of the Zerk engine there, father and son combination. And the 54 car there, that's Volts behind the wheel there.
Vaughan's
gee.
been tapped. Vaughan's been tapped by the 26 there of Faulkner. They were both fighting for the same piece of tarmac. Brilliant save. Should be a rally driver.
That was willing to say the least.
Shows his speedway experience coming in there handy for Vaughan. He knows how to control a sideways car. He was racing in the wingless slicks at the Adelaide 500 last weekend, and that came in very handy. Up behind now, the 25 and the 155. Charlie Nash on the outside of Harvey. Side by side, off-track excursion, and Vaughan's in there as well, crikey. The cream of the XL crop are out there fighting at the front of this one. Faulkner's in there as well. There's another Sala, that's the 181 of Harrison Sala in the pink and white machine. And Jet Blummeris is joining in the mix as well. This is absolutely fantastic in the fight for 4th position. It's now the number
on
25.
the inside of Nash there, trying to get a pass down. And he might have the right track position. Oh, gee, push Nash. Hit his shoulder. Fair bump, play on. No messing around there. That was willing again. Oh, and a bit of payback there from Nash. Gets right up the behind. Fawn there and gives him a nice nudge.
Oh, Sala's fallen off
Harrison
the track.
Sala out in the grass.
That looked like it was in sympathy. I don't think there's any need to, and he's just rejoined ahead of Fletcher Lewis, who's side by side with the number 62 of Sullivan down the hill as they head into turn number 11. The two Tickford cars. Well, one former Tickford Super 2 driver in Brad Vaughan, and directly behind him, the son of Tickford Racing owner Charlie Nash. So there's a bit of Tickford connection there. Those two know each other pretty well, but the gloves are off at the moment on the racetrack between the pair, and the gloves are off further back as well, side by side. Fletcher Lewis to the inside of Sullivan. They've been side by side for about half a lap, and here comes Wayne Milburn Jr. He's going to join in the fight now as well, and he's got a gun co-driver in Nilsson.
He's going to try and split him. Got two 16 and 17-year-old drivers in front of him. Two of the younger drivers in the series. Oh, they shut the door in his face. They were pretty aware of what Milburn was up to there.
Wayne Milburn doing
Jackson Sullivan in the Warren Mining entry there. Paired up with Jack Wallace here this weekend. Look at the two young guns. They know exactly what Milburn's up to here. And they are not giving an inch.
Side by side through the high speed turn 5 and into the hairpin. I think we're going to go 3 wide.
Oh,
we
no
are
way.
up the inside of the Faulkner machine, who ran wide here last time through. And in fact, Faulkner's got a bad exit as well. So that car's dropping like a rock at the moment through the order. They split it either side. Absolutely brilliant onboard footage. How cool is that? Oh, you could just stay on board with this for the entire race, couldn't you? There's no need for the other cameramen. They can have a break.
So you've got door handle racing just like that. Oh, gee, Jackson Sullivan's got the heat applied right now. 68 car behind him. Clutch entry there. Oh, that car also just dropped the wheel off. So he's on board that 68 car.
Out front, the top two have pulled away. Burton and Mackenzie. They're separated by a second, but they're over a second clear of the rest. However, Sala, Harvey, Vaughan and Nash have all stopped fighting now. So watch them, I think, to start storming forwards towards these guys.
It's Wayne Milburn. Geez, it's got a big heap of black tape on the front end of that car. Obviously from the previous incident, the part 1 of this Enduro. Jackson Sullivan's doing a terrific job. Look at defensively. Oh, shuts the door again. Milburn any hope whatsoever. And go back a little bit further in the field.
As they exit
Which entry there by the looks of things.
Exit turn number 3, they're side by side still as they head through the fast kink that is turn number 5, or a little bit wide there from the number 12 machine. You don't want to be out there in the dirty stuff, and loses the position to 39. It looks like the Faulkner car, the 26, has sort of established itself now in 15th position, not falling back like it was.
Wide.
Yeah, he certainly
back in there, right. That's Andrew Hobby just behind him. A couple of the local SA stalwarts there. And the 13 car, which is the Greg's Tough entry. Well, actually, they changed it to green, so I think it says Greg's Tough on the other side. Greg Stutt, the car owner there.
Good exit from Faulkner down the hill. Can he line one up into turn number 11? We will have to see. No, not close enough on this particular occasion. The Zonetti car, number 29, is honing in as well, and it is him behind the wheel at the moment. Is Orbit running wide there from the former Golf liveried machine. Brad Vaughan loves to do this, get right up close to the wall to try and limit the slipstream effect to those cars behind. He's rubbing the mirror along the pit straight wall. Incredible footage. They're side by side for third though. Sala going defensive on Mason Harvey, the West Aussie, performing nicely here on the Bend West circuit. He likes things from the West, clearly does Mason Harvey. He's a front runner in Aussie racing cars. He's the current national champion in saloon cars. He can pedal pretty much anything he gets behind the wheel of, and he's shown that again this weekend. So look out for the name Mason Harvey in years to come. He is a rising star of the future, and he is hounding the tail of William Sala down in towards turn number 6. Sala ultra late on the brakes and is able to hold on to the position. Last time through, the fastest lap of anybody was set by Charlie Nash. He's the car directly behind them, or he was anyway. He's actually lost a position to Brad Vaughan. Actually, Brad Vaughan didn't register a time last time, and I reckon that's because he was so far off the road on the towards the pit wall.
17 car there. There's Alan Hawkins behind the wheel. Him and Rebecca Loggiano there sharing that car. Pub on the back there, the Clovey.
There's a right
down
front,
the road from my house.
right front puncture on the front of that machine. It's certainly leaning over to one side. So I don't know if that's a cause or the effect of the incident there, but nevertheless, that car will be limping back around. Unfortunately, pit window has not opened. The good news is you can come in and do a pit stop for something like a puncture, but it will not count as your compulsory pit stop. That window opens in 7 minutes time, just under. As they're 2 by 2, we're going to go potentially 3 wide down towards turn number 1. Fletcher Lewis just at the head, or just ahead of that trio, but actually he's locked up in a big way, and he might run through the grass and the gravel through there, as Charlie Nash is coming under pressure from Brad Vaughan. The fight for 5th position between these two out there on the road. Matthew Tatani is side by side with Jack Carpenter just behind as well. So there is action all the way through this field. We're struggling again to catch
Vaughan.
our breath. Here he comes.
He's all right on the hammer now of Charlie Nash. Like I said, that Tickford connection, you know, they're connected now.
Yes.
We're well and truly turn 7 there. The Auto Pro entry. Charlie Nash, of course, teamed up with Tom Randall here this weekend. And he'll obviously step inside that seat in the pit stop. Coming up a little bit, not too far away. Or a little bit wide there for Vaughan. Just gets up over the strip there. Pushing very hard. See they come over the crest. It's Fletcher Lewis.
Whoa!
Oh, big moment. One of them was Jackson Sullivan. And the 83 car has absolutely poleaxed him. And both cars in the gravel trap. This will be safety car.
Yeah, that there is no doubt. So I think it's Hayne behind the wheel at the moment.
Yeah,
but
Darcy Hine behind the wheel in the high-speed excavations entry. Both cars buried. And that will be full course yellow. Absolutely no doubt about it. There it goes straight away.
Jack
Wow. Well, whether we can get a replay of that, that was frantic. Goodness me, what was going on down there?
Charlie Nash again with the fastest lap of the race. Brad Vaughan's type transponder isn't working at the moment. He's apparently 2 laps down, which obviously he isn't. He's directly behind, but what a shame for these two. They went stage right into the gravel trap. Clearly contact between the two of them, and unfortunately their race has come to an early end. Safety car undoubtedly has been deployed, so we will get them back behind the safety car, this time before the pit stop window opens. So that means it's neutral for everybody. Nobody gains from this, nobody loses. But fastest lap of the race, just before...
Turn 13, Dan?
Yeah, it's
I
out.
reckon it is. Looks like the short bit of grass section just towards that sand trap there, so...
It's out of the fishbowl, which I think on this layout is turn number 9, I believe it is.
Here we go. Have a look out the corner. Look to the front. Well, this is my mining engine. Oh, gee. Pine is absolutely pummeled in there. And there's a pit car. The Sala car was involved there too. He got through unscathed.
I think the 68 of Wayne Milburn Jr. was right in the middle of that as well. So I'm not sure how much of that he actually saw, but he was either taking evasive action or was involved in it. But yeah, that was frantic stuff.
Jackson Sullivan teamed up with Jack Wallace this weekend. Gee, they're very foot. That sand trap has done its job there, because that is absolutely flown in there, and he was looking at that big black wall behind him very quickly. So the gravel trap has certainly done its job. And gee, Jackson's eyes would have been as wide as saucers going down through there. But Might be looking for the clean pair of underpants by the time he gets back.
Colwell's just leaving the lane, so this is not going to count as a compulsory pit stop. Jackson Faulkner has come in the lane just now as well in the 26 car, who we saw falling back from a really nice grid position, falling back through the order. It didn't seem to be driving out the corners too well, so I'm not sure if there was an issue with that car or maybe just a setup issue. Not quite sure, but that is not good news before the pit stop window has opened. We're still 2 minutes away from that. We'll run you through the order in the meantime while the race has been neutralised. The Brakes and More Circuit XL Enduro race number 2. It's Jake Burton that leads the way at the moment. He will be handing over the car to Emily Jones. They won race 1 earlier on today, and they are at the moment sitting nicely at the top of the field in this one. Glenn McKenzie, who he shares the car with Victorian front-runner Ashton Kadich. They are in position number 2. They were up the front of the race earlier on today. However, they were caught out by the safety cars, and unfortunately as a result finished comfortably outside the top 10, but they'll be in the hunt for sure to take the race victory in this one. William Sala in the 136 machine, he is in position number 3, and he shares the car with a former national champion in Ethan Griegault, so a very, very experienced Hyundai XL competitor. Mason Harvey is in position number 4 in the number 25 machine. Ahead of Charlie Nash, who sits in 5th. He'll be handing over the car to Thomas Randall in a few moments' time. Beyond that, Jack Carpenter in the 111 machine. He is in position number 6. He'll be handing over to the man who finished 2nd in the Australian Formula 4 Championship this year in Kobe Williams. Then beyond that, we have Matthew Tatani. He'll be handing over to Jet Blummeris. Fletcher Lewis will be handing over to Tim Slade. Harrison Sala will be handing over to Brendan Sala. And Troy Dontis will be handing over to well-known Ute driver in Craig Dontis. But that will occur after these cars have been towed out of the gravel. Pit stops cannot be made under yellow flags, even if the pit stop window is open, which it will be in less than a minute. So once this is cleaned up, I think we might see quite a few people dart into the lane. I'm trying to keep an eye on Brad Vaughan. As I say, timing in front of me is saying he's down a lap. He isn't. He is just in behind the 155 machine of Charlie Nash. So just keep an eye. The names on the left-hand side of the screen in front of you, some of them aren't correct. That's just because of how many entries there are, and just making sure, trying to get the right names in the right vehicle. So not all of them are correct, so the names that we are reading out to you are the ones in the vehicles as we see them all weaving left and right, trying to keep tyre temperature in, which despite the overcast conditions is, well, it's quite difficult here today. It's a bit windy, but it's certainly still hot.
So yeah, still very warm out there at the moment. Cars darting and weaving and trying to get the heat in those tyres. Got a double recovery down there at the sand trap, so this will be certainly waste a bit of time off the clock here. But generally recoveries here have been fairly quick and shouldn't take us too long to get through. See Darcy Hine, once you've got those front wheels buried in the kitty litter that are spinning around, of course, front wheel drive cars. So both cars well and truly buried. Down there they are.
It's got a front right puncture as well.
Yeah, that's down. Now that's probably contact with another car, I would suggest. So they've got the Jack Wallace, Jackson Sullivan entry plucked out there.
There's
Darcy
the fault in
the
the
other car.
So the fault in the car has rejoined now, all the way towards the tail in 35th position. So Jackson Faulkner right at the tail of the queue, as we say, has made a pit stop, but it will not count for anything, not done within the pit stop sequence. As we can see, the number 83 machine putting a fair bit of gravel and dirt and debris on the circuit. Not too much though, so hopefully it won't be a nuisance. But I don't think we're too far away now from a restart. Might be this lap if the recovery vehicles can get back to a safe position quickly. or next lap. So not too far away from a resumption of play. There's the Brad Vaughan machine. And let's not forget as well, he's handing over to Jacob Curry, who is a very good XL competitor here in South Australia. Finished in the top 5 of the series this year. So it's not like he's handing over to a Mellon or anything. He's quite a good steerer, is Jacob Curry. Of that there is no doubt. And we can see at the bottom of the screens the best news for everybody, competitors and for us watching the action. Safety car is in at the end of this lap. We will have around 37 minutes left. Lots of strategy all to play out. This is going to be a frenetic end to this one. At the front, Jake Burton leads the way ahead of Mackenzie, Sala, Harvey and Nash. Looking forward to this restart. What can Burton do? Burton and Mackenzie actually pulled away from Sala and Harvey early on in the race. I expect if Sala and Harvey don't fight that they'll be able to go with the top 2. But let's see as they come around the final corner. How early is Burton going to go? Generally in XLs they leave it a little bit later. They don't want to give a slipstream to those cars behind. And that's what he's done. He's gone reasonably late, has Burton. And you can see already they're all trying to stay in the slipstream of the car ahead. Weaving left, weaving right as they come down pit straight to restart under green flag conditions. Anybody going to make a move at turn 1? Yes is the answer. It's going to be Mackenzie for the race lead. Late on the brakes. He's got it up the inside and he's got it done. A great pass. Authoritative pass, made it stick. Nicely done, and up the inside now as well. Swings Mason Harvey on William Sala. That's a resumption of their battle from just before the restart. And the same can be said for Charlie Nash and Brad Vaughan as well as they swing through the left hand. Oh, Brad Vaughan using all the road on the inside and much, much more to make it 3 wide down to the hairpin.
Look at Harvey.
4 wide.
2 wide.
4
You can't
wide.
do that there.
Oh,
No
that's
way.
ludicrous. That's absolutely ludicrous.
And they're all now. It's just completely scattered those placings now. Vaughan out in the grass. 111 car there of Carpenter there. So sorry, involved there.
So
Harvey on the inside. That's Nash. The Auto Pro entry there. He's managed to slip through.
So Sala briefly lost places, but he's back up to 3rd, and he's been followed through by Nash. The 25 of Harvey's fallen back a little bit and is now coming under pressure from Fletcher Lewis. But the big losers there were Brad Vaughan and the 111 machine.
Oh, there goes Vaughan
well.
again. Vaughan well wide, nearly in the sand trap.
Here's a
Here we
replay.
go.
Look at this. 4
Oh,
wide.
look at the brake lockups, and there's the connection. Carpenter and made the connection there. Pushed them off. Carpenter might have been the one with the brake lock up there too.
Yeah, it was, and I think he had damage as well as the pit lane is open, and a lot have taken the decision to come in straight away, including Burton, who lost the lead on that restart. Fletcher Lewis, oh, big lockup sideways into the turn, but makes it stick. That was a difficult manoeuvre, but he's somehow made it work. So that is now 3rd position on the road ahead of Harrison Sala. Matt Titani is having a really good race inside the top 5. He was inside the top 10, but he's moved up a few places with Jake Burton, Charlie Nash, Mason Harvey and Jake Carpenter all within the top 10, all pitting at the end of that lap. So this is all going to play out now in this next few minutes. The pit stop sequence is well and truly ajar as we look a bit further down the field.
GH there, back a little bit further. Got the big flames down the side. We mentioned that earlier in the season. Got the Hot Wheels look there, and got the 243 entry. There's the B Sport entry there of Corey and Trent Brand, and he's behind the wheel there at the moment. It might be Trent at the moment. A couple of Southeast competitors there. 38 car just goes through.
They had a couple of issues with that car yesterday.
The combination of Vaughan Caldwell and Mitch McGarry. Vaughan Caldwell, a new competitor in this year's series, Bordertown-based driver. And look at them all coming in now, looking for that driver change. window is now well and truly open, and look at all the blue lines as everybody comes into comes into pit lane for the change. Also change placings throughout the field. Fletcher Lewis will leave him in front. There he is, right on cue. And Harrison Sala won't get him done there. So the 56 car's a high-tech Alls entry. Mrs. XL garage entry, plenty of sponsors on that car. Or Harrison Sala, if you don't mind, just had a shot there. Well and truly right on the hammer. 12 car there of Andrew Hobby.
Yeah, he's got past Matt Titani on the last lap, and Brad Vaughan's coming back after being squeezed out wide at
game
turn
on
6.
Here. You look out for Brad Vaughan here on the inside of Titani, no problems. There it goes.
Be well and truly game on. Nice move up the inside. Titani left him a little bit of space there. I think he saw what was coming, but Titani fights back up the inside into turn number 6 as the number 12 runs a little bit wide. Vaughan using all the road as well, just to try and keep that minimum corner speed, and holds on to the position. Mackenzie and Sala were the two front runners that pitted on that last lap. So they will be re-emerging shortly. Those that pitted on the first lap have all emerged from the lane, all of them over the 2 minute and 2 second minimum pit stop time. So Burton has now handed over the car, but we'll come to that order in a few moments' time when they come across the line to complete this current lap. It'll all shake out.
With the wheels out there too. Driving very aggressive, very much late on the brake. Oh, brake pedal again. So Andrew Hobby well and truly sights Titani in. Just behind them, they're out of the shot. But no pit there for Vaughan there at this moment.
Here we go, on for the lead. Fletcher Lewis defending from Harrison Sala down towards the first corner. Harrison Sala again forced to go the outside, and he can't find a way through there. These two got to be careful though. If they end up fighting each other too hard here, they'll end up losing their advantage of staying out. So they'll end up just costing each other time, and they might lose positions in the pit stop sequence as a result. So yeah, they'll have to think about that as well. But at the moment, they are just thinking about each other on the road at this stage in the race. Still yet to stop. Behind that is Hobby and Brad Vaughan, as well as Zanetti, and Faulkner has pitted, but as we say, it was not a legal stop. Oh, there's major contact there.
That was a little bit of push and shove there, if you don't mind. And Brad Vaughan said, "Get out of the way, Andrew Hobby," and that's exactly what he did. He just absolutely pushed him off the track. So, we've got one of the Mrs. Mechanical entries driving very slow there too. It's the 52 car. That's the Barbie inspired car, which is...
That's Ianella.
Ianella. Oh, gee, that's Aaron Semler. That's the Bailey's Vehicle Hoist entry. New livery on that car this weekend. No golf colour livery this weekend. He's doing a great job. He's been gradually working his way through the field. In fact, he's got one of the Grunter Motorsport entries in front of him.
Oh, maybe not for long with a huge lock-up into
another
the...
father and son combination with the Galliers there. Car number 10, of course, Jake and Adrian Gallier sharing duties. Gee. So a couple of the drivers have been well and truly embedded in this SA series.
Hobby has come into the lane. Fletcher Lewis stretched out a little bit of a margin over Harrison Sala at the end of that last lap. So out in front, there's half a second between those guys as they go into turn one. There's lockups all over the place. Semler just about catches it, but that was a costly corner, because now up the inside slots the 243 machine, but can't do anything with it on that particular occasion. That's Brand behind the wheel of that car with the key plates on the back. What a nice run out of the corner, and slides up the inside of the number 26 machine of Faulkner. Down towards turn number 6. Who's going to give way here? Who's going to yield the position into the ever so tight turn number 6? Tighter than 90 degrees, that one, Mark. It's a real tricky one.
Faulkner under pressure there. That's the brand combination. At the moment, a couple of the Southeast competitors. That's Corey behind the wheel at the moment. The two brothers there. Got the Alan Moffat inspired stripes there from the Ford days. All car wide there, just out of shot. pack being led there by the Colin Sparks combination. Coming down through that section. So it's good to see that car back on track after getting pummeled out into the kitty litter at the previous event. So obviously not too much damage done. And that car is now under attack from Matt Titani. So Matt's still behind the wheel. It is.
I know he's pitted, so Jet Bloomer is behind the wheel now.
Bloomer is behind the wheel, thank you. It's printed my timing screen, I think where it was. It was good to see the Wallace car back too, and it should be Jack behind the wheel. They should have come in and changed that. That was the car that concurred the safety car previously, and oh, that looks like the Mowers Plus entry.
Yes.
If that's the case, that's the Dontas combination there. And that car parked up. And whereabouts is that to?
That looks like the inside between turns 5 and 6. Yeah. Which is a shame. I think they'd just done their pit stop actually at the Dontases, but that's a real shame.
I'm not too sure it's on board. I think it's Troy on board at the moment.
I think Craig's just jumped behind the wheel. I'm looking on timing, so it was Troy that started, but we'll focus back on the lead battle once again because Sala has closed up onto the tail of the 56 Hi-Tech-All's sponsored XL, running down the hill towards the penultimate corner. Is he close enough? He's going for it. No, not going to be able to make that one stick on this occasion. There's still 6 minutes left of the pit window open. So these guys are electing to stay in before handing over the car at the last possible moment. As they swing across the line once again. We still have a reasonable portion of the field that are still yet to complete their compulsory pit stop. I think there's about 10 still, just quickly counting. Still yet to pit. These are the front 2 of those, and they were fighting inside the top, or just outside, sorry, the top 5 when the first of the pit stops were made. As they continue to swing through the fast-flowing Shell V-Power Motorsports Park. This is the West Circuit, the 3.4 kilometre layout, 500 metres shorter than the International, and a hell of a lot shorter than the full GT circuit that many of our categories are using this weekend, including the category that's coming up next, qualifying for the inaugural 777 Endurance Crown race. So looking forward to that one. This is the final race of the day before we head into qualifying for the 4-hour enduro after this 4-hour race. We'll finish off proceedings here tomorrow afternoon. Very, very much looking forward to that. But I was very, very much, Mark, looking forward to these XL Enduros, the Brakes and More Hyundai XL Enduros, and they have delivered. And we've still got half of this one to go.
We certainly have. These pair are still at it. So, still with Fletcher Lewis and Harrison Sala. Sala just gets really close here. Not close enough. Not this time around. Still got quite a few cars with their pit stops at the moment. Oh, gee. The Warren Mining entry underneath Titani. I think that might be Jack Wallace behind the wheel. And the Staffel entry just sneaks up there as well. Oh, gee. The Warren Mine entry all crossed up there. Looked a bit like an excavator out there at the moment. It was well and truly crossed up. So,
leaders are
Titani about to get the pass down or get past. And that will be done.
Brad Vaughan has come in as well, so Fletcher Lewis has pitted, Harrison Sala has pitted, basically everybody else has now pitted. In a few minutes time we will work out exactly who is in the lead of this motor race. I expect it might be Emily Jones from the 136 of Ethan Griegault, and then Ashton Kadich in third ahead of Thomas Randall in position number 4. But we'll wait and see if these guys that have gone long have benefited from doing that, the Fletcher Lewises and the Harrison Salas of the world. We continue at the moment to look at this scrap in the midfield. It's an intense one, that is for sure, between Isaac Sparks, Lucy Sidwell and Matthew Titani. Saying is behind the wheel.
Lucy Sidwell about to lose that position that she already got there from Titani. Faulkner trying to do the same. The number blue 26 car right up behind the Peter Page Hyundai entry. And he sort of tried to fence it. So he is the ham of the sandwich there, Matt Tatani. He's going to try to look forward and try and drive defensively at the same time for that position. There's Lucy Sidwell in the Snaffle entry. Good to see her this weekend. I think it's actually her first run here at this venue this weekend. One of our interstate competitors. And it's holding off all the challenges at the moment, a little bit further back in the field. Jack Wallace tries to rectify himself as well, trying to get up behind that trio of cars. And they swing towards us, down towards the main straight. So they go through. No change. Look at the Wayne Milburn car. Look at the massive amount of white tape on the front of that car. That's some serious tape up work looking towards there. Isaac Sparks looking to put a pass down. And here's the Faulkner car. Jackson Faulkner behind the wheel of the 26 car. And trying to get a pass down.
Here we go. This is for position between the supercars drivers. It's Tom Randall versus Tim Slade. How cool is this? So Randall going defensive down into the hairpin. Tim Slade applying the pressure. He's just come out of the pits, as Tim Slade. He's just been handed the car from Fletcher Lewis, and now he's finding himself being overtaken by fellow supercars competitor Thomas Randall. So great to have these two a part of the series this weekend. And nice to see them as well up the front as well with their very capable co-drivers as they head down the hill towards turn number 11 on this shortened layout. Tim Slade certainly braver under brakes there, closing up as Tom Randall using all the road on the inside of the course. Of course, for these guys, front wheel drive, low powered machinery, not what they're used to. They've got to try and keep the minimum speed up in these. But there's no need for me to tell them what to do. They know what to do.
Only about 700 horsepower less.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And between them, we've had about 700 supercars races as well.
That's right. Here we go. This is up the front, are we?
Yes.
That's Jake Burton. And the Sala car.
That's for the lead. That is for the lead of the motor race. And it's actually now the co-drivers behind the wheel. So that's Ethan Griegold getting through on Emily Jones. So a change of position there. So that is for the lead, the legitimate race lead. They've just surfaced to the front, and as briefly as Emily Jones held the lead, she's lost it to the 136 of Ethan Griegold, but she's trying to fight back under brakes into turn number 6. Man, this is a real quality battle, isn't it? The thing is, if the Jones and Burton number 35 car come home in second position, they've wrapped up the round. They'll go home with the trophies, but there's a race win on the line.
That's right.
There's a race win on the line, and it's good to see that they still want that race victory.
Absolutely. So, as these two battle it out up the front, that's how you want them to come out of pit lane together like that. Beautiful work. Keeps us on the edge of our seat. Emily Jones there in second position in the maroon coloured car. We're going to come up behind some black traffic in a moment. Just in front of them there, looks like the local Alan Hawkins, Rebecca Bondiano entry there. They're about to go past. That car's already been in the wars a bit so far for the weekend. They go hurtling down the main straight. So these two lead cars, and here we go. They'll split apart. Maybe Jones on the inside here.
Great response.
Let's have a look on the inside. Oh, nobody gives an inch.
It's still side by side through 2, and Sala's going to prevail. Or sorry, Griegold has prevailed. Brilliant pass. Really, really brave to hold it around the outside. Great racing between the two of them, and they are quite far ahead of the chasing pack. Ashton Kadich is next in position number 3 in car number 85, but he's over 3 seconds behind these guys. So it really is these two fighting it out in the final 8 minutes of this motor race. But great to see that Jones, despite losing the lead, she is keen to take that back. But it's certainly the interstaters that are at the front of the field in this one. She's looking left up the inside there, Tricky to make that one stick on this shortened layout. Into the fishbowl. Again, just shows the nose, but it's all about the run out of the fishbowl, over the crest, over the rise, and down towards the penultimate corner on the layout. Is she going to be close enough? No, not quite.
Oh,
I
not
think she
quite.
had a look. She had a thought.
There's a Greek gold there, certainly very much driving defensively down there at turn. What are we at? That's 11 down there on this course. And they'll come back down the main straight again. They've got a lap car there. That's one of the local drivers. I think it's the Dale Annette entry there. Get past that car quite comfortably. And Ethan Greek Gold on the inside this time. Jones around the outside, down towards turn 1. Is he going to make a stick? No, both squirm under brakes. So both very late on the brake pedal there. Trying to outsmart each other there, those two lead cars. And
Griegolt says,
Tom Randall there.
Griegolt says, anything you can do, I can do exactly the same. So retakes the lead of the race. Very much a Control-C, Control-V copy-paste from Griegolt repassing Jones at the front of the field. But we're looking just a little bit further back at the fight for 5th position. The 111 of Kobe Williams. Then we have Tim Slade, a lapped car, the 117, and then Tom Randall sliding up the inside. Oh, sorry, Randall's got through on Slade on this lap.
Yeah, so that's changed position.
Yeah,
Trying to get through some of the lap traffic there that's on the home maintenance entry there. Dale Annette there at the back of the field. So the 111 car goes through. As the cars behind him registered. There's Tom Randall and Tim Slade, our two invitation supercar drivers. Slade just recently announcing he's retiring from the full-time position and he's going to fill in some enduro events next year.
With the fellow South Aussie Nick Perkett at Matt Stone Racing.
Matt Stone Racing.
Two drivers that know each other very, very well, and I'm sure they will be certainly a joker for a podium or potentially even a race victory.
It all started there for Tim, because that's actually where he got his first drive at Stone Brothers. So it's back to where it all started.
I know his first drive was with Paul Morris Motorsport.
Sorry?
His first drive was with Paul Morris.
Well, Paul Morris it was.
Back for the lead though between these two. Griegolt fighting hard to keep Jones at bay. How good, how evenly matched are these two? Their fastest lap separated by just 0.07 of a second, and every lap they're exchanging positions down in towards turn number 1. But how long will they keep that up? Will anybody be able to break away? Will it be Griegolt? Will it be Jones? It's just a replica lap upon lap, but look at how fierce this is. Further back through the field, we've got Jacob Curry in there. He's third in the queue, directly behind the number 30 machine. I think Sparks has vacated that car. I think he's handed over to his co-driver Tyler Collins now. They're both hounding the former Faulkner car, the number 26 machine, down into turn number 6. Where can they go? They're queuing up to go left and right, trying to overtake anywhere they can. It's Nowicki at the wheel now, I believe, of that car at the front. But no way through for Collins, no way through for Curry, and no way through for Scaife either in the number 12 machine as they swing down the hill. Lots of elevation around this track. You don't realise until you're here just how elevated this layout is.
So I'm just looking at Tyler Collins behind the wheel there of the Hampstead Auto entry, and that's the snaffle entry, and that safety car, by the way, that's just been called.
Yeah.
You see the lights that are blinking there on the fence.
So that's the Lucy Sidwell car. She's sharing that machine with Dale Carpenter.
I think Carpenter stepped in.
Yes, correct.
He should be on board there. So car was looking fairly racy before that point. So unfortunately, car parked up just off the runoff there of that turn. Just to pick up where that turn is.
That's turn 3. That's the exit of turn 3.
Right down the northern end of the track there. I can see it now. So that's they go over the crest there and head over the turn 4 there. So safety car. This will be a fairly quick recovery too. car's not buried or anything, so that we had the toe strap back on that fairly quickly.
Oh, and there's the Dontas car as well that's never made it back.
Still parked up down there, the Marvels Plus entry. Dontas brothers there.
I'll tell you what, Mark, we are going to be set for an absolute thriller. It's going to be a sprint race to the finish. XL racing like we are used to. It's going to be less than 10 minutes, I reckon, by the time the safety car comes back into the lane. So it's going to be just a few laps, a sprint to the finish, but notably a sprint to the finish with none of the regular drivers in their regular cars. A lot of them are regular XL drivers, but they're guest drivers. Greg Galt, a former national champion in the series, he's alongside William Sala this weekend in William Sala's car. Then you got Emily Jones, a front runner in Victorian XL Racing. She's sharing the car with Jake Burton, who races here in South Australia. Ashton Kadich, another Victorian regular, sharing the car with Masters front runner Mackenzie. And the list just goes on and on and on. Kobe Williams, he's not a regular in Hyundai XL Racing anymore. Tom Randall and Tim Slade most certainly aren't regulars in Hyundai XL competition. I did say to Tom, how much, I saw him earlier on, I said, how much racing have you done in XLs? He says, oh, well, let's put it this way. I haven't driven an XL in 12 months. It was here last year that he last drove the car. So he has driven XLs before, but certainly not on a regular basis. I said to him after qualifying, you happy with the top 10? He says, in typical race driver answer, I'd have been happier with the top 5.
Yeah, that's right. Car with a bonnet up down there in pit lane. A bit of an ominous sign. Not sure who that is, but who else is in the pits at the moment?
I think it might be the 242. That's a grey car of brand. There's Dontas. Unfortunately, under the bonnet, that's not what you want.
It's Craig there behind the wheel there. I don't know. I could pick them apart because Troy's got a little bit more, bit more Movember going on the lip. So at the moment, so
you don't have any Movember going, Mark, and
no,
I don't
not at all.
either. No.
So yeah, there's obviously a mechanical problem there with the bonnet up. So hopefully it's just a minor issue there. Okay, so just waiting for the recovery to take place. Get it all finished off. 10 minutes left on the clock here. Brandon backs all the field up. Second XL, of course, supported by Evolution Crash Repairs and Rob Zovanetti and the crew down. They'll be massive supporters of this series. So one of our long-time supporters here. Of course, Rob also involved here this weekend.
Safety cars coming in, so we're about to go back racing. The Dontas car will be left where it is. The rest of them are about to go back to racing. So it's Ethan Griegold ahead of Emily Jones, Ashton Kadich, Kobe Williams, and then the supercar stars as a guest drivers. Thomas Randall and Tim Slade, 5th and 6th on the road. Has he gone already? No, I think they're all just catching up to the train. So many of them, they are quite spread out. When is Ethan Griegold going to go? As I say, former national champion. He knows these cars very, very well. So what point does he put the pedal to the metal? The answer is now, just as they went behind the bridge as the 117, that's down a lap. It looked like it went a little bit early, trying to overtake Slade and Randall, so there'll probably be a penalty for that one. But up the front of the field, as we've seen all race long, will there be a move at turn 1? There will be for third. Up the inside comes Kobe Williams on Ashton Kadich. They're side by side through 1, and they'll be side by side through 2 as well. Will the 111 be able to hold the inside and take the place? He does. Good move from Kobe Williams.
From Randall too. Did you see the bubble get flicked up the other car in front of him?
Yeah.
And so there was certainly game on there with those placings for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th position, I believe. We go back a little bit further. That's the 111 car, that's the Williams entry. But he's well and truly under attack at the moment.
But the fighting again.
Kadich behind him.
The fighting again between those two for third has allowed the top 2 to break away again. So once again, it looks like it could become a tale of 2. However, if Griegold and Jones end up fighting too much, that'll play into the hands of Kobe Williams, Kadich, and those behind as well as they swing over the brow down towards turn number 11. It's an interesting braking zone though, this one. Just as you get towards the corner, it goes back up the hill again, so you can brake a bit later than what you think, although Tom Randall has gone in a bit too late there, trying to get down through the gearbox, ran wide and through up the inside. Goes Tim Slade for 5th position. Nice move from the South Australian, who now lives on the Gold Coast these days, but with a slightly compromised line into the final corner. Randall will have the chance to respond down on the run towards turn number 1. Here comes Thomas Randall back to the inside on Slade, and will he have cars follow him through as well? The 25 of Salo's right there as well. Great racing, clean racing between the supercar stars. Randall holds on, and here comes Salo now up the inside of Tim Slade. So Slade has lost 2 places now in as many corners. Brilliant racing though between everybody in this field. Despite the amount of cars, we have had very limited retirements in these 2 races. It's been really good to see up the inside, or just about a car's width for Salo. But here comes Brendan Sala. Is going to make it 3 wide, or is he going to tap the tail of Randall?
The
25 and Slade made contact.
Can't go in hot like that without tagging somebody. And unfortunately, Slade's been the victim there, and I think he might have a bit of damage too.
I don't actually think that was Sala that made the contact. I thought that was the number 25 Salo that made the contact, but it's still on. It's still on. Blummerus is in there. Slade,
Yeah,
I think,
Kevin
might have
Lynch
a
is in there.
puncture.
They're all in there.
Oh, it's like rallycross action out there at the moment. They're all finding different lines, different bits of grass and gravel and curbing to use. It's certainly been extended, this West Circuit, but I'm not sure if Slade had a puncture in the right rear, so I'm going to keep an eye on that, because he's continuing to tumble down the order. Is Tim Slade, Supercars veteran, been racing pretty much full time
He's got a
since.
flat.
Yeah, he does.
I can see. I just saw that out of the shot there, and it definitely got a flat tyre.
Kobe Williams is vying into this battle up
look
the
at
front.
the brake locker. There's a car everywhere. The lead car. There's Sala there.
PB lap from Griegold, PB lap from Jones, but the fastest lap of the entire motor race was from the 111 of Kobe Williams. Kadich a PB lap as well. He was faster than both of the front 2. So the top 4, the quartet at the front, are closing in. They are getting closer and closer. There's still 5 minutes left on the clock, so there's still plenty of time. That's at least 3 laps of racing still to go. Here comes Emily Jones up the inside of Griegold into turn number 6. Nice pass.
Done it easily there in the end. But Greg Gold. Oh, on the inside, it gets a bit tight there. Jeez. Look at Williams there. He's breathing down their necks now. So this is the 3 top cars on screen at the moment. 35 car there, Emily Jones. Greg Gold, Ethan Greg Gold. And now look at the Williams 111 car behind them. And it's going to be a game of checkers here. Oh, Greg Gold on the inside. That's too tight. Might push Jones a little bit wide there. Geez, it gave Williams a massive look in. Although his front 2 were trying to sort each other out.
Yeah, they're both going to compromise.
And here they go. They'll be just about 3 abreast on the final. Oh, look at them.
That's what I was about to say. They're both going to compromise each other. So for the first time this race, Kobe Williams takes up the running at the front, but they are 3 wide down the pit straight here in this second Break Some More XL endurance race. We've still got a qualifying session after this for the 777 endurance, but into turn 1, who's going to yield? Who's going to prevail? It's going to be Griegold in the middle that's going to make it work. Up the inside comes the 111. That's position number 2 for Kobe Williams. Jones to shuffle back to 3rd.
Kadich looking for position change too there, Dan. He saw a big opportunity there too. And
no.
Gee, we've got 2 cars tangled up here. The 60 car, that's Kevin Lynch. And I didn't quite catch who the other one was.
That was one of the Faulkner cars, I think. But up the inside, back for the lead. This could be crucial. If there's going to be a safety car, this could be for the race victory. Up the inside again comes Griegold, but around the outside. He'll now have the inside line for the next corner. Will the Formula Ford runner-up in the 111 Kobe Williams takes up the running. They're going to head down to that corner now, so this is crucial potentially for the outcome of this race. He goes defensive. Griegault's looking to the outside. Kadic is now up to third, with Jones shuffled back to position number 4. There's a move up the inside there for Kadic. They've all cleared. We're still green. That is great news. That's really, really good news. Kadic, I thought, had the run. I thought had the momentum there on Griegault, but couldn't do anything with it as they come across the line once again. We got to catch our breath. We really do, but there's no opportunity for us to catch our breath at the moment as they come across the line once again. Kobe Williams, Griegault, Kadic. They are nose to tail. Kadic now in the 85 is the one that looks like he's doing the harassing, the hounding out there as back up the inside comes Griegault. Mark, I'll let you take over for a minute.
Have a spell there, mate. So Griegault on the inside gets up inside of Williams. Go back to the race lead. So still anybody's game at the moment. There's only 2 minutes left on the clock here. So we're getting to the final stages of the second part of this enduro. Kobe Williams on top. Ethan Griegault on the inside. And also Kadic trying to get through there as well. And he might get done. The other two cars have gone a bit wide. Griegault still retains the lead for Williams. Equipment linkage there of Kadic. And certainly once Jones has got pushed back to 4, she hasn't been able to progress any further, but certainly the top 3 that we're looking at on screen at the moment is certainly where all the interest lies. It's about outbreaking each other. Remember, getting to the final moments here of this enduro.
Here we go.
And here we go. Williams on the inside at the second last turn. It's not a bad position to be in if you can make it stick, and he's done it. So another race leader there. So Williams goes to the front. Kadic is trying to follow the other pair through. Look at him. Got the blue and black car, the 85 just behind them.
Again, side by side ahead means that Kadic will have the momentum, but the best momentum of all is going to be Emily Jones. She might get the whole lot.
What about
she might
Kadic?
take the set.
Look at him drafting through there, trying to right behind that trio.
He's stuck.
Oh, under brakes is going to be interesting. Yeah, look, keep a close eye on this. Here we go. What about Jones? Oh, Williams holds on. Jones on the inside. Oh, nice pass. Oh, there was contact. There was a bit of panel rubbing there. Certainly between Kadic and Jones. Second and third cars on track.
Look at that though, the battle between these guys in the first sector has allowed the 111 of Kobe Williams to pull away. Oh, side by side through turn number 5, Jones and the 85 machine of Ashton Kadic, side by side into turn number 6. Griegault's looking for a way through. Do I go the inside? Do I follow Jones? Do I go the outside? No, I'll try and make my own line potentially.
Kadic went wide there, but it might have been in his favour. Certainly for the next corner. Or will it? Jones trying the wide berth there in that turn.
Oh, we're 3 wide into the fishbowl.
Oh, it's going to get a bit close here if you don't mind. Oh, you've got to shut your eyes, don't you? Oh, gee.
This is incredible racing. Incredible.
Griegault there trying to split the pair on that turn.
Thomas Randall's vying into this as well. He's in 5th. He's just behind these guys now. As ultra defensive from Emily Jones. Kadic tries around the outside. That doesn't work. Griegault's on the inside, but that won't work either. They're side by side.
He's made it work. Look at that. Got past Kadic, no problems.
But out in front, all of that fight. Kobe Williams to break away and take the race victory by a margin of nearly 2 seconds in the end. Second place goes to Emily Jones. She's sharing the car with Jake Burton. Third position to Griegault and William Sala. Ashton Kadic and Glenn McKenzie in 4th, ahead of Thomas Randall in 5th position. Just ahead of, alongside him is Charlie Nash. What an incredible race. An absolute classic here at the Shell V-Power Motorsports Park. That was a thriller from start to finish. And to be honest, the race winning margin for Kobe Williams in the 111 machine. Kobe Williams sharing the car with Jack Carpenter of 2 seconds does not do justice to how incredibly close that race was. But a last lap breakaway was enough for Kobe Williams to take the victory in that one. Kobe Williams and Jack Carpenter. But what an incredible race.
Well done and dusted there. That's the Enduro done for Circuit XLs here for 2024. Proudly brought us by Brakes and More here this weekend. And it has had it all. We've had plenty of safety car interventions and some great racing, as you just mentioned there, Dan, and we just saw it our very eyes on our screen. That's what you would come to expect. And we're just waiting for the 1, 2, 3 car to just lip over the line there. That's the Smith entry. Goes across the line.
That was the other one that was involved at that crash at the penultimate corner in those closing laps. So good to see that car was able to limp around and finish in the end in 26th position. 30 cars on the lead lap, or just under 30 cars in the end in that one. What an incredible race. There were a few retirements late on, most notably Tim Slade and Fletcher. Unfortunately, Fletcher Lewis retiring late on with a puncture after contact down at turn number 6. But the winner in the end, in what was a thrilling race, went the way of Kobe Williams out there at the front of the field. Although on timing, late drama on timing, he's just dropped down to P5. So I think he was holding a 5-second penalty. So in that case, after everything, it looks to me like Emily Jones and Jake Burton have gone 2 from 2 and taken the race victory. So a 5-second penalty post-race for Kobe Williams has dropped him to position number 5. Emily Jones and Jake Burton taking it ahead of Ethan Griegolt and William Sala, Ashton Kadich and Mackenzie coming home in position number 3, Thomas Randall and Charlie Nash in 4th ahead of the 111 machine. So the drama even continues post-race.
Certainly does. Well, that is a wrap there for our XLs for the weekend, and it never fails not to entertain. Oh. It's always plenty going on.
Insane.
Well, I'm going to actually retire for the rest of the day. I've got some duties to do this evening, and I'm going to leave you with Dan McCarthy. He can be calling the qualifying for our 777 Enduro event coming up in just a moment. And that'll be the last event on the card on the Saturday program. We come back here. Early start tomorrow too, Dan. There'll be no breakfast for us tomorrow. 8:20 start.
Indeed.
So, and that's a wrap. Thanks, Dan. We'll catch you tomorrow.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Martin and Caro. Enjoy your XL presentation evening. Yes, but stay with us on Blendline TV. Up next, we have qualifying for the 777 Endurance Crown. That'll be back on the other side of this break.
Ever dreamed of swapping your office chair for the thrill of a race seat experience? Imagine the rush, the speed, and the pure exhilaration. Whether it's a gift for yourself, someone special, or an unforgettable team adventure, The Bend is your destination, where every moment is designed to leave you smiling from ear to ear. Experience the excitement of hot laps as a passenger, or take the wheel yourself. Challenge your friends to a go-kart race and compete for victory, or just have a blast. The ultimate escape for team building and epic experiences. Don't wait. Book now at thebend.com.au.
activate.
Ever dreamed of swapping your office chair for the thrill of a race seat experience? Imagine the rush, the speed, and the pure exhilaration. Whether it's a gift for yourself, someone special, or an unforgettable team adventure, The Bend is your destination, where every moment is designed to leave you smiling from ear to ear. Experience the excitement of hot laps as a passenger, or take the wheel yourself. Challenge your friends to a go-kart race and compete for victory, or just have a blast. The ultimate escape for team building and epic experiences. Don't wait. Book now at thebend.com.au.
The flag is down, we are off.
This is the biggest bike race on Australian soil.
It all comes down to this.
First time up to a longer hill. What a way to crown a winner of the Santos Tour Down Under.
Welcome back to the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park for what is the final session of the day. It's the 777 Endurance Crown qualifying session ahead of the 4-hour endurance race tomorrow. There is a warm-up tomorrow morning before they head into the big one, which starts at around midday here local time, as we just saw the Hyundai, I think with Lisa Tortani at the wheel, heading out onto the circuit. That car has, you can see a little bit of panel damage, has just come off the track from the Hyundai Enduro just a few moments ago. So that car straight back on the circuit again and out there to qualify for this one. This will be one of the contenders for the race victory, the Zonetti Honda Integra. And again, Zonetti has recently leapt out of a Hyundai. That's a little bit different, the Honda Integra. Not only that, not only have we got a few XL runners from that last race, but we are also changing the track layout. We are back to the 777, the 7.77 kilometre layout. That's why the name of this endurance has been given as the 777 Endurance Crown, simply because it's 7 kilometres in length, 7.77 kilometres in distance. As we look at Smith at the helm there. Oh, actually, it's Maynard who's qualifying the car according to timing in the 313 machine. He was saying how good his gun co-driver is to me yesterday, was Tim Maynard, but it's him himself that is qualifying the car. Huge variety of vehicles, as we can see, from BMW 1Ms to Nissan Pulsars to Integras and everything else in between out there on this lengthy race circuit. This is Wallace behind the wheel. Well, there's lots of Wallaces in this particular car, the number 94 machine. A trio of Wallaces: Jack Wallace, Jed Wallace and Adam Wallace. Adam Wallace formerly raced V8 Touring cars, if I recall correctly, back in the day, a number of years ago. Jack Wallace was in the XL race just a few moments ago. He was caught up in that little incident at the top of the hill just after the fishbowl, but he's back out on the circuit now as they commence the first laps of this session. There's the 195 machine swinging up the inside. That's the VF Commodore. Declan Kirkham behind the wheel of his Nissan Pulsar. As we've just gone red, unfortunately, according to timing in front of me. And there it is, the red flag is waving. The reason for that, yet to be seen. But this practice earlier on today was truncated with red flag interruptions, I should say. And in the end, after the 25-minute session, a total of no laps were completed by all cars. So it's a real shame, actually, red flags throughout. So hopefully this is a quick recovery, and we can get back going. Not sure if it's for debris or for a stationary car at the moment, but nevertheless, we have gone red flag. And crucially, time continues to tick down. We saw that play a huge factor on the Friday qualifying session at the Adelaide 500 last weekend. Of course, there's a huge crash, two separate incidents at the same corner that ended up colliding with each other, and that was David Reynolds and Cameron Hill that came to blows at turn 8 and came to a stop between turns 8 and 9. And of course, despite adding on the extra time, they still couldn't repair the wall in time, and therefore, despite only being 5 minutes into the session was called. That is the 88 machine of Ben Moore with, there's no other way of saying it, 3 wheels on his wagon. There was the Pulsar, and I assume the cameraman is on the search for the rogue wheel. There it is in the gravel trap. So, yeah, I think that's a fair reason for the red flag. You never want to see loose wheels around a racetrack. So that is the cause of the stoppage. That looks like that is just over the crest at just after Crofty Corner. What is normally turn number 13 after that. The corner that is styled on the old Oran Park layout, the final corner of the iconic and now defunct Oran Park circuit. And that is what turn number 30 or turn number 13 on the international circuit has been profiled on. So that is the cause of the red flag, and the rest of the field are continuing to come back around to the pit lane. So as I say, time continues to tick. We've got 22 minutes on the clock. This is the inaugural running of the 777 Endurance Crown. Great addition to the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park calendar, an ever-growing calendar. Great to have them a part, and so many cars can take part in this event, from production cars to production sports, improved production, tin tops, E30s, 944s, MX5s, XLs, Pulsars. Yeah, basically anything apart from GT3 cars and supercars, Carrera Cup cars as well. But yeah, effectively it is open to anyone and anything. It's a real great endurance event, and great to have the inaugural running here this weekend. There are a couple of rules. You got to have at least a couple of drivers. There's a pretty even split between two driver pairings and 3 driver pairings this weekend. The number 88 machine we're looking at the moment, that is a two driver team, Ben Moore and Stephen Stutkovic behind the wheel, but it's Ben Moore qualifying the car. He's a front runner in the Propulsars that race mainly in Victoria, but they do venture out occasionally as part of the 2-litre sports sedan series. But great to see a good portion. There's 4 Nissan Pulsars here this weekend, which is really, really good to see. But yeah, while the red flag's out, I will talk you through a few of the rules and how the race will work. So yeah, effectively there's 50-minute stint lengths. You can't go over that for each stint. No car is permitted to go over 3 minutes or faster than 3 minutes and 15. If it does, it's simply too fast to be in this particular event. So they're split into classes based on pace, and as the way the rules are worked, it does bring everybody into contention for outright victory. So Class A is for cars that will lap in qualifying between 3 minutes 15 and 3 minutes and 25 seconds. Now they, during the race, must serve 3 5-minute pit stops and a 2.5-minute pit stop. Class B, that is for cars that set times in qualifying between 3 minutes and 26 seconds and 3 minutes and 37 seconds. And they have 3 5-minute pit stops that they must serve, notably 2.5 minutes less than what Class A has. Class C, which is between the bracket of 3 minutes 38 and 3 minutes 49, they have 2.5 minutes less than Class C to serve during the race. And Class D, which is for 3 minutes and 50 seconds and slower, they have just the 2 5-minute stops to make during the 4-hour endurance race. The XLs, and I assume the Pulsars, will also be in Class D, but as you've seen, we've got some really fast cars out there as well, and I'm sure they will be in classes B, C, maybe even A as well. But unfortunately, I can't tell you who's in what class at the moment because of this stoppage out there on the circuit for Ben Moore and his rogue wheel that's just gone on the tilt tray as well. So hopefully it's a quick fix. I don't think with 18 minutes to go it'll be back out for this qualifying session, but nevertheless hopefully it's a reasonably quick fix anyway, not a late night. I don't think it will be, as long as the car has not been scraping along the ground with the left front brake, essentially brake rotor, a brake caliper and everything on that section of the car. But you can see him pointing to the officials. I think he's trying to say take the car back to the pits. I think he wants to rejoin the session potentially. I'm not quite sure. I'm making assumptions there. But Ben Moore will not be setting a time, I'm quite sure, in this qualifying session unless they really get their finger out in the lane. 10 cars took to the circuit before the red flags were flown. As I say, there was a couple of Pulsars, a couple of XLs, a couple of Commodores from various different eras, an Integra, and a couple of BMWs as well, a hatch and also a saloon car as well. But very much looking forward to the 4-hour race, as we say, because of the different pit stops, the faster cars having to serve a lot more time in the pits over the 4-hour race. It's always becomes quite an interesting end to the race in terms of strategy. As I say, this is the inaugural running of the event here, but there's similar endurance races that run to similar regulations around the country. So nice to see that the Bend are running one as well. Other rules: no individual may complete more than 60% of the race. That is 2 hours and 24 minutes. That is the maximum driver time for one competitor. And as I say, a stint is limited to 50 minutes. So there's a couple of important things to note there. 3 drivers certainly does give you more flexibility in a race like this, for that reason of maximum drive time. You're not limited to when you can pit and make it home and things like that. But having 3 drivers does have weaknesses as well. Limited track time throughout practice and during qualifying amongst your 3 drivers means that there could be a potential rusty driver in the mix, as we see the wildlife getting up close and personal to the Pulsar. There was at least 3 galahs there getting up close and personal. Been a very muggy day here today. Yesterday, 39 degrees. It was sweltering. The XL guys are coming out of their practice sessions literally running with sweat running down their faces and their arms. It was a unpleasant place to be yesterday in the 39 degree heat. But today, a bit cooler, about 10 degrees cooler, but a bit muggier with the potential threat of rain lurking in the air. Tomorrow, much the same as today, high 20s and potential rain as well, as the session has got back underway. Here are those brave birds again that we saw earlier on today down towards turn number 1. So all of the cars heading out there onto the race circuit. There's the 111 machine. They crossed the line in position number 1 in the XL race just a few moments ago, but unfortunately a post-race penalty for the Kobe Williams and Jake Carpenter pairing meant that they finished position number 5 in the race. For this one, Dale Carpenter will be alongside Joel Stafford and Troy Gleason. Adelaide, South Australia, the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park, the Bend. Just around an hour, a little over an hour southeast of Adelaide. And if you continue on the same highway, it takes you all the way to Melbourne. So it's only really about 6.5, 7 hours from Melbourne. Yes, not too far away for the Victorian travellers. And for those of you watching at home, if you want to come and watch some of the action here, potentially tomorrow, but I imagine more so next year, don't hesitate to make the trip northwest to the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. I promise you it'll be worth it, with so many events on the schedule. Of course, next year there will be another endurance race here, not only the return of the 777 Endurance Crown, but the Bend 500. Yes, the Supercars Endurance Race. There will come endurance racing here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park, the precursor to the Bathurst 1000. Great that we'll have two Supercars races back on the calendar next year, with the endurance race at sort of midway point of the season, September, and then as well the Adelaide 500, the finale, the all-important grand finale, thanks to the re-juggle of the Supercars point system. It'll be the finals, the very final race. Champions will be decided on the streets of Adelaide, but so excited to see a 500-kilometre endurance race here with Supercars next year. But on track at the moment, we got the 777 Endurance Crown qualifying session, and I tell you what, they got to get a bit of a move on here, as we see Lisa Tutani doing just that, running wide out of turn number 27. Yes, you did hear me correctly on this full layout. 35 corners. There were no expense spared when it came to corners on this ultra long layout. That's 2 pulsars sweep past Lisa up and over the crest in that awesome looking sort of Seaton livery from the 90s, the Seaton racing team, which had success of course throughout the 90s, 1995 and 1997, for Glenn Seaton taking 2 Australian Touring Car Championships. But out there on the road at the moment, we are about to kick things off. First lap times will be coming in shortly. I've actually got a couple of lap times, but that includes their pit stop sequence and things. So currently Wallace is at the top of the timesheets with a 9-minute and 20-second time. So yes, that is not an indicative number in any way, shape or form. So we'll wait for the first proper laps to be done before we start looking at timing good and proper. But with many of these cars just lapping in and around the 4-minute mark, or just under 4 minutes, they're only going to get 2, maybe 3 laps in here before the end of this session. So yeah, it's going to be a bit of a frantic end to this session. I'm going to try and get the lap in as soon as possible, get a good banker lap in, and then that takes the pressure off for the final 2 runs of the 7.77 kilometre layout. As I sort of alluded to earlier on today, this is the second longest permanent circuit in the world. Yes, that is correct, in the world, not Australia, the world. Bathurst 6.2 kilometres, this 7.7 kilometres in length. Really, really cool to have it here in South Australia. Is that rain I can see just at the back of the shot there? It's certainly looking a bit gloomy. It's certainly not looking too pleasant. And even in the commentary box, there's a real moist smell about. And I can see raindrops beginning to fall quite significantly on the van window. So, wow, this could really change things up now. Rain falling here at the Shell V-Power Motorsports Park. You want to get your lap in early if rain will continue to fall. As you look at the number 42 machine out there on the circuit, as they head into, or the 42 machine heads into the hairpin of Smith. I am hearing reports that rain is significantly increasing out there now, so it is very much raining. We did have a little sprinkle, a little bit of a track dampening when the Touring Car Masters were out there on the circuit a couple of hours ago, and then it sort of disappeared from there, but it's back with great vengeance here as we have a look at the number 42 machine. Some good drivers behind the wheel of this car, which has competed in production car racing in years gone by. You can see with the A1 written on the side. Of course, in production car racing, you've got A1, A2, B1 and B2, depending on whether they're turbocharged or naturally aspirated engines. And then from there, you've got classes C, which are sort of for hatchbacks. D is sort of Suzuki Swifts and smaller vehicles. And then beyond that, E is even smaller capacity vehicles. So this is an A1 machine out there on the circuit. Car number 42 on the brakes hard down into turn 34. Anderson, Smith and Dominic, all front runners in XL competition here in South Australia. You could see the rain falling at turn number 34 and he was getting all squirrely out of the turn. Oh, look at how greasy it is off the track on the concrete on the outside of the circuit. The rain is hammering down now. It is absolutely hammering out there. The track is certainly slippery, and this is going to change things up. That is a 3-minute 38-second time for the number 42 machine of Smith behind the wheel in this qualifying session, and that is a great benchmark. Wallace just behind, 9/10 behind in the other BMW, the number 94 machine. That BMW is a 1M, and as I say, Jack Wall's behind the wheel of that one, sharing the car with Jed and Adam. Slotting into position number 3, Zanetti in the Honda Integra, the 142 machine. And then beyond that, Tim Maynard is the first of the Pulsars. He's actually ahead of the Dale Carpenter XL, the Declan Kirkham, the 464 machine. I think that is the, it is the Subaru BRZ with Chan behind the wheel. Great to have them a part of the racing, the AJ Racing car with Kwok Wai Chung, Chung Chan and Jason Weng behind the wheel as Totani comes into turn number 1. And around the, of course, all the sectors change. I was going to say towards the end of sector 1, but the sectors all do change on this full layout. So sector number 1 concludes out of the turn 6 hairpin. Turn 7 all the way through to turn 24, a part of sector 2, and then 25 through to 35 is sector number 3. So this is all the regular layout for those that are tuning in for the first time this weekend. So you come out of the hairpin, and then, as you know, in supercars and in many of the categories that we've had throughout the year covered on Blainline TV, you take a couple of kinks to the right, 3 consecutive kinks, and then do the middle section of the lap. But on this circuit, you do a couple of kinks and then turn hairpin left, back up the hill, and then swing back down and complete a whole host of left and right sequences, which is exactly where we are now. Looking at these particular machines, that is the Chan machine, the 464 Subaru BRZ there that we saw very, very briefly. But it is really, really raining out there now, so I reckon the best of the conditions might have already been and passed. So hopefully they got some good bankers in early on. There we have a look at the Johnston XL, car number 49. This is actually a 4-driver combination. 4 drivers: Jordan Johnston, Adrian Gallia, David Zollo and Isaac Sparks as well. So huge amount of runners in this particular machine, double those in some other cars. There is a Subaru BRZ just behind the 464 machine. Painted numbers on the side of that. That's quite different. Wallace comes across the line, and notably over 2 seconds slower than what he did the previous lap. So does that mean conditions, best of the conditions, have already gone? Or will they improve with 4 minutes remaining on the clock? Time is only going to tell us the answer of that one as Chan moves through on the Johnston XL. Smith's come in the lane in the BMW. Smith has come in the lane, so he thinks no more improvements will be able to be made. 195 machine at the moment I don't see on timing. It doesn't seem to be registering any lap times in front of me anyway on Natsoft timing. So it's hard for me to tell you exactly what this particular machine is doing out there on the circuit, but it does come across the line. another lap and a late entry as well, so it's not in my entry list, this particular machine. But again, a regular and sort of 6-hour competition, and conditions are deteriorating. You can visibly see how wet the track is now down at turn 1, and Tim Maynard is just proving that as he slides through the turn and off the road at turn number 1. Wow, conditions. There's no even PB sectors coming in out there at the moment. You can hear the rain lashing down on the camera to end proceedings here today in the final session of the day. But as I say, conditions might be like this tomorrow. There is certainly a good chance of rain, patchy rain here and there throughout the day. So it's worth staying out there to learn exactly what the car feels like in conditions like these. But there are no PB sectors anywhere. It was almost a top 10 shooter. Here's a replay of what happened. Into the corner goes Tim Maynard. Too much speed in those conditions, and the rear just cannot live with that. So the rear came around. Tim Maynard catches the slide by putting a little bit of left lock in, which then sends the car left of the road and over the grass on the side. If you haven't seen much of the Blendline TV coverage today, that is a shame. But thanks for tuning in late on this Saturday afternoon. There is plenty of action to come tomorrow from 8:20 in the morning local time. That's Australian Central Daylight Time. Racing kicks off, yes, at 8:20 with combined sedans second race. The first 2 categories will be out on this full circuit. So combined sedans, which has some improved production cars. It has some sports sedans. Look at how wet the wall is now. The rain is thundering down late this afternoon. But following combined sedans, we have Australian prototypes and the South Australian prototypes. And it was actually one of the South Australian runners that took the victory earlier on today. Did a very, very nice job. But a really strong showing from those guys. Action-packed race, as it always is. Great to have the Australian Prototype Series conclude their 2024 season here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. The 2 title contenders at the front of the field are pretty much locked on points going into the 2 races tomorrow. We've got 2 Touring Car Masters races as well. It was an attritional but quite action-packed race number 1 for the iconic, well-loved classic series. Look at the rain, horizontal. It's really going across the screen at quite some ferocity out there now, and the track is just getting wetter and wetter as the number 94 machine comes in the lane, and checkered flag is being thrown. It's actually come out a little bit early with a few seconds, 36 seconds left on the clock. They've decided to call it a day. I think it's simply because no more improvements are being made out there on the race circuit. Fair enough. I think that's a safe decision to make there from the race officials. Nobody's setting any PBs. They're nowhere near any PBs. In fact, many of them are a good 5 or 6 seconds, some of them even more than that, seconds off the pace of what they were doing on the first lap of this session. So checkered flag has been thrown and everybody is coming into the lane. I'll continue to talk through the schedule for tomorrow. So combined sedans, the Prototype Series, 2 Touring Car Masters races as well. So all 3 of those categories have 2 races. As well as that, we have the warm-up for the 777 Endurance, and we also have the big 4-hour endurance race, which kicks off at 12:30 local time. Maynard goes across the line 14 seconds slower than his PB, but nevertheless, that will be good enough for 4th position on the grid out there on the race circuit tomorrow. I'm being told that it's actually Smith behind the wheel and not Maynard. Here is a schedule for tomorrow then. Combined sedans race 2, followed by the Australian Prototype Series. 2 Australian categories here this weekend with Touring Car Masters as well. 777 Endurance warm-up, followed by those categories all again. Combined sedans, Australian Prototype Series, Touring Car Masters, and the 777 Endurance race to conclude proceedings as well. So 2 layouts tomorrow. We've finished with the West Circuit for this weekend. The XLs concluding their final race just prior to this qualifying session. And then we'll be on to just the International and the GT course for the remainder. As Lisa Tortani brings her car into the lane, that concludes qualifying. So it'll be the number 42 BMW. It'll be a BMW 1-2. Smith alongside Wallace on the front row of the grid of the 777 Endurance Crown. This wraps up V-Power Motorsports Park. I'm Dan McCarthy. Thanks for tuning in. We'll see you bright and early in the morning.
Ever dreamed of swapping your office chair for the thrill of a race seat experience? Imagine the rush, the speed, and the pure exhilaration. Whether it's a gift for yourself, someone special, or an unforgettable team adventure, The Bend is your destination, where every moment is designed to leave you smiling from ear to ear. Experience the excitement of hot laps as a passenger, or take the wheel yourself. Challenge your friends to a go-kart race and compete for victory, or just have a blast. The ultimate escape for team building and epic experiences. Don't wait. Book now at thebend.com.au.
Activate.
Field of supercars launches off the line of the lead. It is time for a supercar racing gourmet feast with a touch of South Australian flavour.
Ever dreamed of swapping your office chair for the thrill of a race seat experience? Imagine the rush, the speed, and the pure exhilaration. Whether it's a gift for yourself, someone special, or an unforgettable team adventure, The Bend is your destination, where every moment is designed to leave you smiling from ear to ear. Experience the excitement of hot laps as a passenger, or take the wheel yourself. Challenge your friends to a go-kart race and compete for victory, or just have a blast. The ultimate escape for team building and epic experiences. Don't wait. Book now at thebend.com.au.
The flag is down, we are off.
This is the biggest bike race on Australian soil.
It all comes down to this.
First time up to a longer hill. What a way to crown a winner of the Santos Tour Down Under.